The presentation will start in about 5 minutes. If you want to make your way to find a seat, please.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to get started in just a moment, please. If you could, if you're on the edge and you don't mind scooting in, for people that might come later, if you could scoot in and you're comfortable with that, that would be great. We will get started in just a minute here. Thank you for your patience. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. We're going to begin the public meeting. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tamarack Mine public meeting. Thank you for taking the time to be here and participate in this public meeting on the scoping for the Tamarack Mine Environmental Impact Statement. My name is Vanessa Steele. I work with DeYoung Consulting Services, and DeYoung has been hired to moderate the meeting and run a randomized drawing during the public comment portion of the meeting. We will also be identifying folks as by like groups of 10, so that you'll know your name is up there and you get a chance. But we'll identify those speakers a little bit later. So the goal of today's meeting is to provide the public with an opportunity to learn more about the proposed Tamarack Mine project from leadership at the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and provide time for community members like yourself to provide comments during that public portion session. So just a few housekeeping notes, please. I already said this one, but folks might be coming in late. If you could scooch in, and be nice and share the space with folks that might not be able to be standing along the side. So we just want to make sure that it flows okay. And then the restrooms are outside to the left and down that way if you need the restrooms. I'm going to do an overhead of the agenda. As you can see, okay, sorry, I looked at 9. So according to the agenda, we're going to have about 20 minutes from leadership. They're going to provide a brief welcome, and then they're going to do the presentation for about 15 minutes. And then after that, the rest of the time is the communities, okay? So you all will get to provide your comments. Bear with me for this long list of requests for engagement, okay? So I want to make sure that we know what's going on before we get up here, and so everybody feels comfortable, okay? So that's why we're going through it now. So we're asking, DNR is asking for this from you. First, the space is, other groups are in the space. So we got some young people and some families in here tonight, so that we're asking you, they're at other events, so we just ask that folks don't interfere with whatever else is going on in the building. And then we also ask that everyone be respectful by listening when presentations and comments are being made. This is gonna make it more smooth so folks can get their comments out. But also, if you could hold your applause, refrain from cheering, booing, whistling, or otherwise disrupting the speaker. Perfect example of what not to do. We're about to get to that cell phone thing. We appreciate the example. I'm all about applied engagement here. So thank you for that. This helps us to maximize the time, and I just said that. And we just make sure we don't want to interfere with other folks. Inside this room, please silence your phones. You must have known that one was coming up. And turn them to vibrate. Please also stay seated if you can while you're approaching the microphone, because folks, let me rephrase that. Please stay seated if you can. If you're approaching the microphone, you're going to come up to this area, and I'll provide those instructions a little bit later when we have some seats set up for you. Again, we're trying to, minimize the transition time so folks can get as much out as they can. Let me see, what else am I missing here? Oh, if you want to have a conversation with other people, go ahead and have that outside, and you can always come back in. We would appreciate that, just so folks can hear. We have stenographers here who are going to be documenting what's said, so that's also so they can hear as well. If you have questions and you want to speak to staff, there's an open house where staff are, and I think y'all all got to see people here addressing your questions the best that they can. And there's also, I hear a little bit of ringing. Okay. There's also the sign-up table for if you want to speak, like there's a public commenter area if you want to sign up to speak. That'll be open till about 8:30. So if you decide you get a little courage, you want to come up here, go ahead and sign up there, and then it'll be put in the randomized thing so that we can see if you get chosen. Let me see. DNR leadership will not be answering questions after their presentations. I want to make sure you understand that part. And that's because we want to provide the public with more time to speak, but also comments are going to be compiled and responded to all at once as part of the final document. So that's why that's happening that way. And then let me review. Let me see. Yeah, that's it for that part. So I just wanted to make sure that you all understood that part before we got going and why things are running the way they are. I first would like to acknowledge, before we go on to the presentations part of the day or the evening, Deputy Commissioner Barbara Naramore. Thank you for being here. Also, Assistant Commissioner Katie Smith. Thank you for being here. Northeast Regional Director Clarissa Spicer. Thank you for being here. The Director of Ecological and Water Resources, Melissa Kutsky. Thank you, Kutsky. And then Deputy Director Randall Duneen. Thank you. And sorry if I said your name wrong. Okay. That could be rough. All right. Okay. So at this time, I would like to call, and she's already here, Deputy Commissioner Naramore, to go ahead and say welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Oh, there we go. Thank you for your warm welcome and for you and your teams helping us out this evening. And thank you all for taking the time to be with us and your interest in the project proposal. Your attendance tonight are really valuable to us, and I just want to emphasize that. So we are here because Talon Metals is proposing a mining project in this area, and as with all new mining projects proposed in Minnesota, the project needs to go through an environmental review process. And that process would then ultimately be followed by decisions on various permits and other project approvals that would be required before a project could be built or operated. And I want to emphasize that order, right? The environmental review process and then the decision-making process through consideration of permit applications and other approvals. So the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources is the agency that is assigned to complete environmental review in the state of Minnesota for mining projects. And so that means we're responsible for reviewing, in this case, Talon's proposal, and identifying potential project impacts, looking at alternatives to the project as proposed, and identifying mitigation opportunities. The review needs to be rigorous and neutral and science-based, and every bit as importantly, it needs to be transparent and accessible to the public, and that is an important part of what we're doing today through this gathering, what we'll be doing next week in Blaine, and the comments that we'll be taking through September 14th on the scoping document. Your involvement in that scoping phase is really important because what we're doing right now is we're determining what we will assess in the environmental impact statement process. So we have draft scoping document out there for y'all to take a look at, identifying those things that we think at this stage are really important to evaluate in that EIS, but we want and need to hear from you, your thoughts on that scope. And we know that there are lots of people who are interested in the project for a range of different reasons, and many of you are here tonight. I'm not sure what the crackling is. Oh, is it? Apologies for that. We'll see if this is any better, or maybe it's me. Could be user error. That is always a possibility. But we know that there's a lot of interest. Your presence here is evidence of that. And so we want to provide you with ample time to review the draft documents and to provide your comments, to learn about the project. And hopefully many of you have had a chance to do that through the open house process this evening. And so we are substantially exceeding the state's required minimums for public engagement and process here. We've doubled the usual 30-day public comment period to 60 days. We are holding 2 public meetings rather than the one that's required. And again, that is very sincere evidence of our interest in getting your input. Both meetings, the one here tonight and the one next week in Blaine, will follow the same format with the open house and then the opportunity for public comment. And so you're more than welcome to attend both, of course, but don't worry that if you can't make it next week that you're going to be missing something, because it really will be essentially the same process in a different location. I want to also just point out that we have stood up what I think is a really great project webpage, and we will grow that over time. And so that is a really good way on an ongoing basis to get information about the project. You can sign up for what we call Gov Delivery. You'll get routine notices from us as we reach various stages of the process. So please do go to the Minnesota DNR website. And if you just type in the search bar Talon or Tamarack, it'll pop right up, and you can get information there. You can sign up for Gov Delivery. There are some really good fact sheets on the website, including some guidelines on effective commenting. So those are certainly timely right now while we're in that public comment phase. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Assistant Commissioner Smith. Our whole team, we're really eager to hear what you have to say, but I know, Katie, you're going to talk briefly about how we're going to use that scoping input that we're encouraging you all to provide and how it feeds into developing the EIS.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Naramore. Good evening, everyone. So tonight we'll be collecting your input and considering it as we develop the final scope for the Tamarack Project Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. As a reminder, leadership is here to listen. This is your comment period time, and we want to hear from as many of you as possible this evening. So again, this means we will not be responding to any comments or questions tonight, but please know we are listening. Conducting this EIS ensures that the important environmental, economic, and social impacts of the project are understood and disclosed. This information will help identify opportunities to avoid or reduce adverse impacts through project design adjustments and permit conditions. Throughout the entire EIS process, the DNR's review will be rigorous, neutral, and science-based. Please note that no decisions on final state or local permits and other approvals that are needed may be made until the EIS is complete. This is because the very purpose of an EIS is to inform the governmental decisions required before a project can proceed. Importantly, the EIS provides several more opportunities for public participation that we will highlight today. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to Jill Townley, Supervisor of Minnesota DNR's. Jill Townley, Supervisor of DNR's Environmental Review Unit. Jill will provide an overview of the proposed project, our draft scope for the EIS process, and what to expect next. Following Jill's brief presentation, we'll switch to the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. And again, on behalf of Minnesota DNR, thank you all so much for your interest and attendance, and I will now turn things over to Jill.
Okay, now I'll turn my mic on. Is it on? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner. On July 14th, the DNR published 2 documents, a scoping environmental assessment worksheet and a draft scoping decision document. Now, these might be 2 brand new documents to you. You might not know how they connect to an environmental impact statement, or EIS. So I thought it would be helpful if I brought an example. This is okay. This is an example of a printed EIS from 2007. When you print an EIS, it's usually several binders of information.
You're standing right under a speaker, so you're going to have a slide left or right.
A little more? Okay, maybe I'll stand here by the laptop. We'll try here. Okay, so when an EIS gets printed, it's several binders worth of information. It's an objective look at a project, and it touches on topics unique to that project. It's going to cover geology or rare resources, different alternatives for that project, and a socioeconomic impact. We'll see if this fits. Nope. Okay. Oh, it's the computer interference? Maybe a handheld? Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully this one works better. All right, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, this big document. Before we can even think about writing something this big, we first have to know a little bit about the project. So this is where the scoping EAW comes into play. The scoping EAW is a basic document about the project so that we can know what topics we want to cover in this big one. The topics that we propose to cover are found in the draft scoping decision document. So once we know enough about the project, by developing the scoping EAW, we can write them all down, the topics that we're going to cover in a draft scoping decision document. It's going to identify the draft content. It's not the final content. And I equate this similar to writing a detailed table of contents or an outline before you sit down and write something this big. You got to kind of plan it all out. So in general, a draft scoping decision document is going to list project alternatives, including the no-build option, potential environmental impacts, such as those to wetlands or rare resources or roads, whatever's pertinent for the project. It will also include potential socioeconomic impacts. So those could be like impacts to a community, or it could be benefits to a tax base or employment opportunities. It lists details about what data we want to collect, what studies we want to conduct, and the methods by which we plan to use them. And finally, it lists recommended mitigation and a tentative EIS schedule. So in short, this is a detailed table of contents before we jump in and write something like this. So this is our reference document, the scoping EAW. It does not get revised. We save that for this. This is our draft content. This does get revised based on all the comments that we get during the public comment period. So once the public comment period closes and we have the time to review and assess all of the comments that we received, we consider whether or not we want to make changes to the scope. Once we've done that, we publish a final scoping decision document, and this becomes the final table of contents for an environmental impact statement, and then we can begin writing this. It would have been helpful if I had that up. Okay, so for those of you that like flowcharts, here is the full EIS process laid out. It includes 3 main phases: scoping, EIS preparation, and an adequacy decision. All of the public comment periods available are marked in green. Scoping includes the first 3 sections, and we're midway through that first green section. After we finish scoping, the next major work product and step is to develop a draft EIS, which will take over a year and includes another comment period. Following the draft EIS comment period, the DNR will consider and respond to substantive comments, followed by the preparation and release of a final EIS. At the very end, we write a final administrative document called an EIS adequacy decision. This is a document that assesses whether we followed the rules, produced all the content that we said we would, and responded to all substantive comments. Then, and only then, can a state agency or a local government make a decision on whether to permit or approve a project. So this whole process lined up on the screen takes a few years. We are just approaching the end of phase 1. The tentative schedule anticipates an EIS adequacy decision in March 2029. I want to emphasize the word tentative, though, because there are multiple factors that can affect the ultimate schedule. All right, so going back a little bit to the project that's being proposed. The project that we will be evaluating in our EIS is located about 100 miles north of the Twin Cities and about 1.5 miles north of the city of Tamarack, located in east central part of the state, southern Aitkin County, in the Mississippi River watershed. So why Tamarack? Why this location? Well, about 1.1 billion years ago, the North American continent was splitting apart. And this is what geologists call the mid-continent rift. This geologic event is responsible for the location of volcanic rocks along the southern portions of the North Shore, the Duluth Complex, and the Tamarack Intrusion. So the Tamarack Intrusion was positioned along conduits formed during the rifting event, carrying with it large amounts of nickel and copper, along with other metals. On the screen behind me, the Tamarack Intrusion is that small green sliver in the middle of the map going vertical, where everything else is going horizontal. It is these metals that define the ore deposit that Talon Metals is planning to mine. The proposal estimates a total volume of up to 10 million tons of ore. Mining is projected to last 7 to 10 years, followed by reclamation and closure. So the surface infrastructure at the site includes a main building called the Ore Transfer Building. There is also an adjacent contact water treatment building. There will be stormwater ponds and ventilation raises. The total amount of surface disturbance to build the project is approximately 200 acres with an operating footprint of about 65 acres. All handling of potentially reactive ore and waste rock would occur in enclosed conditions in that letter A. No reactive materials would be exposed to the environment. This rendering here shows an underground side view of the proposed mine. Mining will occur at about 300 feet below the surface and will reach a depth of about 2,000 feet below the surface. A decline ramp will serve as access to the mine, beginning at ground surface and traveling all the way to the bottom in a spiral fashion. Rock will be mined and brought up the decline ramp, through the portal, into the ore transfer building. Voids will then be backfilled when necessary before moving on to the next section to be mined. Once inside the building, the ore would be loaded onto enclosed rail cars from the project site down a 1.5 mile rail spur to an existing rail line and continue on rail through to processing facilities in North Dakota and Michigan. This means that there would be no tailings generated or stored in Minnesota. There would also be no EV battery production in Minnesota. But we've said it several times tonight, before any of this construction could begin or permits or approvals could be considered, the project must complete the EIS process first. Since 2023, DNR, along with the Mille Lacs Band, Fond du Lac, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, Minnesota Department of Health, and DNR consultants have been working to understand this project and what its potential impacts might be, thinking about alternatives so that we could list them and consider our EIS content. Collectively, we propose to review over 16 major topic areas in our EIS, also listed in our DSDD. Nearly all of these will include a detailed study or technical model analysis, and will include topics such as noise, water resources, wetlands, tribal resources, human health, and wild rice. An EIS must also evaluate reasonable alternatives. So with that same team that I mentioned before, we considered many different alternatives and have selected 6 to analyze in further detail in our EIS. We have considered wastewater discharge sites, rail transport to Michigan, using an electric fleet, and overburden management, which refers to the rock and the soil above the mine. A no-build option will also be assessed as well. So in total, our DSDD proposes 16 major topics, 6 alternatives, and we will also be suggesting thoughts on proposed mitigation. But before we just jump in and do it, we want to hear what you all think on our proposed content. So this is where your review and comment comes into play. For the rest of the evening, we're going to turn our attention to the draft scoping decision document. And we want to hear some of those things that I mentioned earlier. Do you have an alternative to propose? Do you have a study that you believe we should include? Do you have a potential impact that you want to consider adding to our list? Whether or not you are selected to speak tonight, you can submit comments many different ways. Regardless of how they're submitted, they will all be considered equally, whether they're in writing or spoken. So you don't have to worry if your name isn't selected or you're uncomfortable speaking to a large group. You can comment verbally, one-on-one, with a stenographer in our open house space. You can comment online using your smartphone and the QR code found on page 2 of your agenda. You can comment online at the laptops that we have available in the open house area, or you can write them down and send them via US mail. And last, if you'd like to stay connected to the environmental review process, please visit our website and sign up to receive quarterly email updates from us. At this time, I'll hand things back to you, Vanessa. I should turn this off.
Let's get this going. All right. Thank you for being here and being worried and wanting to learn more about this project. We appreciate that as citizens, and we love that you're here. So we want you to feel welcome and respectful of each other when you're here. So let me go really quickly over the public comment process. So each commenter will have up to 3 minutes, okay? We have a randomizer that will, all the names that everyone that signed up, your name will get randomized and selected. That will be displayed on the screen. So we'll have roughly 40 to 50 people that have a chance to speak tonight, depending on if you all use your 3 minutes of time. So that's roughly 150 minutes. I should say at about 7:30, we're going to try to take a pause so the stenographer can switch. So just as close as we can get, just letting you know that rhythm might happen, and I'll be announcing that. It won't be exactly at 7:30 if we're in the middle of someone talking. Commenters, like I said, will be selected randomly. The name of the people who are selected to make the comment will have their names displayed on the screen. The screen will show the next commenters online for up to 10 people, so you'll have a chance to make it up here. Commenters will make their comments from here at this point. So I'll be sitting behind you, and you'll have access to this microphone. We ask that you please don't touch the microphone. But when you come down here, there's a queue, okay? So the first 10 people can come down here and get seated so that you don't have to rush down here. So when you see your name, if you see your name up there, come on down here and have a seat. And then when I call your name up, then you can go ahead and make your comment from here. All right. When you come up to the microphone, please state your name. And if you're representing anyone, that would be great to state that if you want to. If you have prepared a statement that you want to read from, if you could also, if you're willing to, provide that to the stenographer so they will get that accurately as well. And we didn't talk about if someone wanted to email that, but we certainly could have them email that if you don't have it printed out. If you are yielding your time to another speaker, you may do so by accompanying the person to the microphone. Each person may only comment once during tonight's session, okay? So one time, each person gets a chance to comment. If you did not sign up to speak during the open house, names will be added midway. So up until 8:30, we're taking names, and we'll continue to put that in that randomizer. So if you sign up late, that doesn't mean you won't get a chance to go. So, okay, we're gonna begin. All right, can we get the randomizer up there? Oh, one more time, yes, thank you. We want to go over one more time the request for this evening. So please try not to interfere with other people when they're visiting, talking, things like that. Be respectful of everyone. Hold applause, cheering, booing, whistling, and all those things so that we can keep it moving and listening to the comments. Silence your phones. We already went through that. Stay seated if you can. If you need to move around and you have, you need to get your blood moving, we understand that. Do that, please. And then the DNR will not respond to your comments or questions tonight because this is your time to provide the comment. Just like Jill had said, they'll put that in that big report, and all of those will be together and they'll be responded to together. So that's how the flow of the evening, that's what we're requesting. Okay, we're going to get the timer up there, and then we'll begin, and you'll see if your name is signed up. I think all I need is that second microphone, potentially. You're okay. Good. All right, here we go. All right. We see the first 10 names up. It's Kristen Blond, Chris Baldwin, Talia Sands, Frank Demedge. Please forgive me for saying your name wrong if I said it wrong. You can grab a seat up here if you hear your name called. Thank you. Katie Draper, Mary T. Larson, Michael Molesky, Roger Sakarva, Commissioner of Natural Resources, Malak Band of Ojibwe, Kelly Applegate, and then Tanya Hovey. Those are the names. Yep, those spots. Thank you. And then there's some over here. Go ahead and get comfortable. Thank you. Yes. Because my mind will be, or you can. Thank you. All right, so we're going to start with Kristen. If Kristen could come up first. Is that okay? There you go, Kristen. And then that timer will start. Let me know if you need anything.
Yes, I would like to, my name is Kristen Bland. I'm a ricer and a freshwater person, but I would like to cede I was hoping I would come up later because I'd like to cede my time to Jean Skinaway Lawrence.
Say that again? Yeah. You're handing your time off? Go ahead. Yeah. Is this tall enough for you? Yeah, sure. Do you mind spelling your name?
Okay. Jean, Jean. Jean, Skinaway, Skinaway. Y, Skin Away. Skinaway. Okay, Buju, Jean Skinaway, Indigenous Awasasi, and Dudame, Gamadwan, Gagamagan, Dun Jiba. My name is Jean Skinaway. I'm from here, Sandy Lake. I'm a descendant of the original chiefs here at Sandy Lake. So I've been here pretty much all my life and the lives of my ancestors. So the prophecy, we had the prophecy to migrate to the place where food grows on water, and that's here. And my concern is for the water and the Minomen. We have that covenant to protect the water and the wild rice, the Minomen. And I am the chairwoman for the Sandy Lake Band of Mississippi Chippewa. I was delegated that from my sister before me and my father before him and his father before him, and so on and so forth. So we are here at Sandy Lake. And as I said, I do not take that lightly, and that covenant to protect our water in Minomen. We harvest Minomen and every year for our families, and I do not support this mine. I've seen mines and the destruction. We know what happened in the headwater, or the Arrowhead region with the sulfide mining up there, the taconite mining. We've seen the devastation that it causes in the St. Louis rivershed. We know that's exactly what's going to happen here, and it's going to flow right into the Tamarack River. I have pictures of Prairie River, and it's going to obliterate Prairie River. It's going to flow into Tamarack River, Prairie River, and right into Big Sandy Lake. And all of our bays at Sandy Lake are filled with Minomen. And the St. Louis River build back up from their devastation of their Minomen was built up from Sandy Lake rice. So and all these tribes come to Sandy Lake, to rice. So I'm not supporting this, and my comments will be sent in separately also. So, all right, miigwech.
Thank you for making that comment. Are you Chris Baldwin?
I am.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this mic going. I should just also add that I will give a 10-second warning just to help folks if you need it when you
All
get
right.
close.
Well, now you know who I am. Oops. Thank you. My name is Chris Baldwin. I'm a retired mine engineer and graduate of the Colorado School of Mines. I've spent half of my career on Iron Range in a variety of positions, including U.S. Steel mine manager at Keytech, mine planning, engineering, tailings dam construction, and underground mine planning and operations. My last position was technical services superintendent, assisting with permitting and restarting the historic Hale Gold Mine in South Carolina with world-class sulfide containment. Here's what I know: Minnesota must be realistic about the whole Talon nickel mine project is likely to entail. You hear me? Okay. Talon's project director, Brian Goldner, has repeatedly made public statements indicating discovery of a mining district-sized nickel deposit, and the continued campaign of exploratory drilling beyond the permitted area clearly indicates Talon's intention to mine a much larger area than the proposed mine plan. A mining district would include multiple underground and open pit mines, ore processing plants, and related tailings, dams, smelters, and electric power plants. Without a doubt, this is a mission creep style permitting strategy that avoids public scrutiny and regulatory oversight. Talon has proposed that all Minnesota needs to know would be provided in an EIS looking at the effects of mining 225 acres, even though Talon controls 31,000 acres of mineral leases and is drilled far to the north and south of its initial mining project. Talon's corporate communications stress that Tamarac's intrusive complex is a world-class high-grade nickel, cobalt, copper district and admit that the present deposit is only 0.1% of its total area. The Minnesota Environmental Quality Board explained in its 1978 regional copper nickel study that conventional site-specific environmental impact statements and the corresponding regulatory processes were inadequate to deal with the broader issues involving this exploited resource. But none of the mining companies in Minnesota have been required to do an EIS for an amended mine permit for expansion by the MPCA. Therefore, a comprehensive regional study of the proposed mining of the nickel intrusive deposit located near Tamarack, Minnesota, similar to the 1978 Minnesota Regional Copper Nickel Study, needs to be conducted before any site-specific mining activity such as Talon is proposed in the scoping study. That's pretty close.
All right, Talia Sands. Thank you for that comment. Everyone who came up.
Good evening. I'm Talia Sandys, and I'm choosing to delegate my time to Senator Rob Farnsworth.
R-O-B-F-A-R-N-S-W-O-R-T-H. F-A-R-N-S-W-O-R-T-H. Robert. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. For the record, my name is Rob Farnsworth, and I represent Senate District 7, where the Tamarack project is proposed. I've heard from people on all sides of this issue, which is exactly what should happen during a process like this. I've also heard from a lot of families who want the chance to build a future here instead of watching another generation leave northern Minnesota. We all value clean water, healthy forests, and the outdoors. That's part of who we are. We also know that mining has been a part of northern Minnesota for generations. The question isn't whether we care about the environment, we do. The question is whether we can responsibly develop our natural resources while protecting what makes this place special, and I believe we can. Minnesota has some of the strictest environmental standards in the entire world. Companies that want to operate here know they have to meet those standards, and they will be held accountable every step of the way. But if a company is willing to invest the time, the money, and the effort to meet those requirements, it deserves a fair shot. The minerals at Tamarack are important for our entire country. Nickel and copper are used in everything from our electric grid and modern manufacturing to our national defense. Those materials are going to come from somewhere. I'd rather see them produced here than imported from places with weaker environmental protections and lower or no labor standards. This project also has the potential to create good-paying jobs and bring long-term investments to our communities. These are opportunities that should not be taken lightly. I'm not asking the agencies to cut corners. I'm asking them to continue doing exactly what it's supposed to do: follow the science, follow the law, and make decisions based on the facts. If the project meets Minnesota standards, it should be allowed to move forward. That's a standard I think most Minnesotans can agree on. Thank you for your time and for your work you're doing throughout this process.
I would like to call Frank Demange. Domingue. Thank you for that correction.
Hello, I'm Frank Domingue. I am a local beef farmer right in Tamarack. I live maybe 3/4 mile from this site. And I'm not a very good public speaker, don't do this often, but I'm just given the chance to speak here and give a brief Talon comments that we've watched this company work, and they do very good work. They're really specific on what they're doing and testing their waters around this area. They're constantly doing that. We've watched them change this project that was going to bring big business to Tamarack with a processing facility and everything right there. And they went from that to moving this facility to North Dakota and now Michigan. So we're not dealing with overburden rock and the waste rock. So they're taking steps to do this right for this community. And I had a local older farmer that's passed away now that I'm also sit on the township board in Clark Township, and he brought me to his farm, asked me to sit at his table, and told me to keep an open mind on this project and watch it through and give it a chance. He said there's been too many projects turned away from this local area that can bring jobs for our families and keep some of our kids here to work and keep this community thriving. So that's what I'm here for, to help them learn and keep this project moving forward. And that's about all I got. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we ask Terry Larson to come? Sorry, Mary Larson.
There was another person in front of me, Katie Draper.
I'm sorry. Thank you for Katie Draper. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Bonjour, hello, my name is Katie Draper. I would like to delegate my time to Chief Executive of the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, Virgil Wind.
Trying to follow the rules and not touch that mic. My name is Virgil Wind, VIRGIL WIND. Anin Wagush Indigenous Baju and Dude, Mrs. Zaganing and Dunjaba. Anin, hello, good evening. My name is Virgil Wind. I serve as the Chief Executive of the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. First off, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to everyone who took the time to be here. To our band members, neighbors, partners, and everyone wearing blue for clean water, Miigwech, you're sending a powerful message that water is worth protecting. I'm here because my responsibility as Chief Executive is to protect the people I serve today and those who will come after us. The proposed Tamarack mine is located just a mile from the homes of our band members, within our ancestral homelands and near waters that have sustained our people for countless generations. Those waters are the foundation of our health, our culture, our treaty rights, and most importantly, our way of life. Remember, what happens here will not stay here. These connected waters carry the consequences downstream to communities all across Minnesota and beyond. We must ensure that short-term economic gain cannot outweigh the long-term damage that all of our communities could be stuck with. My responsibility is to protect our people, but that requires having a clear understanding of the risks that they may face. That clarity does not yet exist for the proposed Tamarack mine. Our review of the draft scoping decision document identified significant gaps that must be addressed. The current scope does not fully evaluate how the mine could affect community and tribal health. It does not provide details or clarity around the volume of water used in the mine's operations or how the water will be treated and discharged. Today's task is to evaluate this mine's proposal, but we also have the responsibility to consider consequences that could extend far into the future. Once clean water is contaminated, it may never be fully restored. Once traditional foods, traditional medicines, and sacred places are lost, the harm reaches far beyond the environment. It affects the health of all of our families, our culture, and the ability of our children and grandchildren to live strong, healthy, and safe lives. If this mine is permitted, accountability cannot end when mining ends. The company must remain responsible for long-term treatment, restoration, and cleanup. Those costs must not be passed on to the band, nearby communities, or Minnesota taxpayers. We are asking the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to fully understand the risks before irreversible decisions are made.
If you have prepared comments, please provide those. Thank you for that comment, though. I'm sorry it didn't last long enough. Mary T. Larson, now that I can read. Thank you, Mary.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed Talon mine. My name is Mary Larson, and I live 20 miles west of Tamarack. I'm concerned that dewatering during Talon mine construction and operations could alter the hydrology that sustains wild rice, and this is a treaty-protected right that must be adhered to. The drawdown of water could dry out wetlands and wild rice beds, even if the water is taken from bedrock, since surface waters and deep and shallow aquifers are connected. I'm concerned that water pumped from the mine, which is contacted waste rock, will contain enough sulfate to contaminate not only wild rice beds, but potentially private wells in the area, including my own well, and the Mississippi and St. Croix watersheds, which supply water to a huge number of people, including my loved ones living in Minneapolis and others well beyond our area. I'm concerned that operations could alter aquifer levels, thus lake levels, and the health of our fish, impacting tourism and industry that brings billions of dollars to our state and supports many local businesses. Because core sampling is taking place well beyond the proposed mine site, I feel that the mine will expand operations and the EIS will be insufficient. No further study is mandated if operations do expand. Without a study that encompasses all of the land the mine has leased and sampled, how do we know the full impact? Please include the following in scoping for EIS environmental review. Compare treated and untreated mine-related waters to all state and federal water quality standards. Number 2, baseline conditions for wild rice. Number 3, locations of faults, fractures, or any other conditions in the rock that would result in higher mine inflows. Number 4, the full geographic location of Talon's mineral reserves and plans. Number 5, feasibility and environmental impacts of Talon's ore processing, including tailings disposal and alternatives in North Dakota and Michigan. Number 6, and lastly, risks of temporary or permanent shutdown due to, costs and challenges of remote processing and waste storage. Thank you for considering my comments and making the changes needed to protect the integrity of EIS and environmental review.
Thank you. Michael. Molesca. Thank you for saying that for me. Michael Molesca, here you go.
1 million tons. This is a conservative calculation. That's how much dissolved sulfates have been poured into the boundary waters, Voyageurs National Park, St. Louis River to Lake Superior, and the Mississippi River to date. This continues around the clock, 7 days a week, year-round, from taconite mining. This has been going on legally and fully permitted since the 1960s. I'm Michael Molesca, lifelong Hibbing resident, retired taconite miner, and former USW Local 6860 president. I unknowingly contributed to this pollution for 42 years, retiring in 2019. Minnesota does not enforce environmental regulations on taconite mines. The vagaries in Talon Metals' scoping decision document and their sloppy lack of pollution controls at drill sites show they intend to be held to the same unenforced standards as taconite mining. It was a mistake to allow taconite mines to stack tailings. It was a am I losing the microphone here? It was a mistake. Yeah, I'm losing the microphone here. It was a mistake to allow taconite mines to stack tailings and sulfide waste rock in piles with no liners below them. This produced a tragic leakage of sulfates, mercury, and other heavy metals, killing foliage in areas outside the perimeter of all 7 tailings reservoirs in northeastern Minnesota, then flowing into lakes, creeks, and rivers in all 3 watersheds. Nickel is encased in pyrrhotite. Pyrrhotite is dozens to hundreds of times more reactive than the iron pyrite taconite is found in. Pyrrhotite is stable underground out of the reach of oxygen. High sulfide nickel pyrrhotite ore should be left where it is. Expose it to air and it can literally burn through the bottom of a rail car. Fugitive taconite sulfates kill wild rice. Fugitive taconite sulfates have methylated mercury for decades, which has bioaccumulated to toxic levels in game fish, as seen in Minnesota DNR's fish consumption guidelines, updated in March 2026. Our fish and wild rice cannot sustain the invasion of sulfide ore mining pollution such as that proposed by Talon Minerals. In my last 37 seconds, I'll tell you this. A piece of pyrrhotite was broken into in the LTV mine formation, in the Vermilion Foundation. It leaches into the Dunker River, where I sample water and have been for a few years now. That mine closed in 2002, 2001 or 2002, and it has gotten no less. This is going to leach for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael, for that comment. Roger Skarava, please correct me.
Thank you. It's Skraba, S-A-S-K-R-A-B-A. Hello, my name is Roger Skraba. I'm a state representative for District 3A. Whenever mining is discussed in northern Minnesota, one issue rises above all others: water. Clean water is not negotiable. It supports our communities, our recreation, our wildlife, and our way of life. Minnesotans expect that any project proposed in our state will protect the natural resources that make this place special. They are right to expect nothing less. That is why Tamarack project deserves to be evaluated not only on its promises, but also on the experience and operating record that exists at the Eagle Mine in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. For more than a decade, Eagle has operated as the only nickel-producing mine in the United States. Located just a few miles from Lake Superior, Eagle has demonstrated that the modern nickel mining can coexist with the world's most important freshwater resources. While Talon Metals only recently acquired Eagle, the company now has the opportunity and the responsibility to carry forward the environmental standards and operational practices that have allowed that mine to operate successfully for more than 10 years. That experience matters because the people of Minnesota are not simply asking to trust a set of drawings or engineering plans. They can look to real-world example of a nickel mine operating in the Great Lakes region under strict environmental oversight in close proximity to a watershed that millions of people depend on. The Tamarack project itself reflects years of engineering improvements and designed with water protection in mind. Ore handling has been moved indoors. Outdoor stockpiles have been eliminated, and systems have been incorporated to reduce the amount of rain and snow that comes in contact with mine minerals. The project proposes to use established treatment technologies, extensive groundwater monitoring, and water recycling to minimize impacts and protect surrounding resources. These are not measures that appeared overnight. They are a result of years of environmental studies, technical review, and public engagement. Clean water and responsible development are not competing priorities. They are both essential. Minnesotans should respect rigorous science through the environmental review, strict accountability, while also recognizing that the minerals beneath northern Minnesota are increasingly important to transportation, medicine, energy production, and modern manufacturing. The question before us is not whether the world needs these materials. It does. The question is whether they will be produced here under Minnesota's environmental standards and oversight, or imported from places with far weaker protections. As Talon moves forward in the Tamarack, it has the opportunity to build the successful example set at Eagle and demonstrate the responsible nickel mining. Please look at this and use Eagle as an example. I saw it with my own eyes. It works. Thank you.
All right, we are going, thank you for those comments. We are going to, just so you know, the randomizer is going to add the next 10 people. We will keep those, right, Amy? 8 more people. So just so you know, when you see that shift, that's what's going on, but we still have the 2 folks that are coming. So welcome Commissioner of Natural Resources from Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, Kelly Applegate.
Anin Boujou. Good evening, my name is Kelly Applegate and I serve as the Commissioner of Natural Resources for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe. Thank you everyone for being here tonight, especially the band and community members wearing blue in support of our clean water. Your presence here shows the stewardship and our shared responsibility. To understand why the band is concerned about the proposed Tamarack mine, you must first understand this landscape. It is a system of interconnected wetlands, peatlands, shallow groundwater, streams, and rivers. Water does not stop at a property line, project boundary, or discharge point. From the mine area, water moves through ditches, tributaries into the Tamarack River, the Prairie River, Big Sandy Lake, and ultimately the Mississippi River, supporting communities, wildlife, wetlands, and manoomin all along the way. That interconnectedness is why the scope of the environmental impact statement matters. The current draft leaves key questions unresolved. It does not clearly require the quantitative analysis of sulfate moving through the entire receiving water system. Sulfate can harm manoomin and increase methylmercury production, which can build up through the aquatic food chain. That contamination does not remain in the water. It moves into fish and into wildlife and eventually into people who rely on those resources for food, putting health, subsistence harvests, and cultural practices at risk. The scope also needs stronger analysis of mine dewatering. Pumping groundwater from the mine could change water levels beyond the immediate site, affecting wetlands and peatlands that depend on stable hydrology. We also need reliable baseline data information. Without multi-year surveys of manoomin and other sensitive resources, we cannot reliably measure future harm or determine whether the mine caused it. Talon has said new technologies and approaches will allow this mine to operate safely. Those claims must be demonstrated through transparent, independent, and project-specific analysis, not accepted on assurances alone. The band and surrounding communities should not be a test case for an unproven approach when failure could cause harm beyond the mine site and after mining ends. Our people and waters should not bear the risk of proving whether Talon's approach works. The Mille Lacs Band is asking the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to strengthen the final scoping document. This EIS must require independent proof that Talon systems can protect water through construction, operation, closure, and post-closure. It must also include watershed scale modeling of sulfate and mercury, full analysis of groundwater drawdown and wetland impacts, and multi-year baseline surveys developed with affected tribal nations. Miigwech.
Thank you. I just want to call the other names that are on the board in case someone can't see them. Tanya Hovey will be up next, but before she goes, I'm going to read off these next names. Aaron DeWitt, Amy Flynn Brennan, you're welcome to sit up here. Deborah Drexler, Nick Eklund, Thomas Oss, Jacob Johnson, Corinne Killian, and Sharon Zell. If you could all have a seat over here, or if you're close, just to make it easy. All right, Tanya, please come up.
I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Tanya Beyer Hovey. Thank you all for being here and for your concern about our large natural environment. I am a resident of the Iron Range, and I've traveled through the Aitkin County from the Twin Cities and northward and back and forth a lot. I consider Minnesota one piece with Ontario, Canada, because through my family I'm also a Lake Superior North Shore property owner in Ontario. I don't think the people in the Canadian side know as much as they need to know about the mining ventures that are being proposed here in Minnesota. I would like to change that. I do not trust large industry to safeguard our water, and I second the feelings of Mary and Kelly and some of these others who have spoken tonight about the drawdown of water and about the creeping of water through the many peatlands and underground water interconnections that make Minnesota what it is, and much of Ontario too. I have a feeling that if this mining gets going on a full scale, even through the testing is imperfect, and those pollutants are going to go where we don't want them to go. They'll be in our fish and in our other parts of the food chain, and that will come back to haunt us. Another concern of mine is with global climate upheaval, which is happening very quickly, and there's a great deal of attention being paid to that. I think we are living in a time now where we have to adjust. I mean, the human presence on the earth is enormous, and we are stressing all the life support systems on the earth. Mining and other ventures to take resources out of the earth add to that burden and also add to the release of carbon into the atmosphere. I feel that we are entering a time where we need to pull back, limit growth, and look to, if we're going to maintain the large presence that we have on Earth, we need to do it in such a way that we are reusing, recycling, and seeking a stabilization of our numbers and of our use of Earth's resources. We've got to abandon the idea of growth, jobs, which are always oversold when these ventures are put forward. Jobs are always a major selling point. Yes, we need jobs. There are various jobs. And so I'm advocating for protecting the environment for the standpoint of all living creatures on the earth so that we can coexist, flourish, and nobody overgrow its own bounds the way our society is doing already. Thank you for your time and presence.
Thank you, Tanya, for that. Next, we will have Aaron DeWitt. If you could come to the microphone.
Good evening. Thank you for providing this opportunity to speak tonight. I served as an executive director for Senate District 7 DFL in Duluth when the PolyMet project was first introduced. We extensively researched the environmental impacts of copper-nickel sulfide mining, and to date, I have not yet seen any data that demonstrates the safety of this kind of mining or nickel or sulfide mining. The EPA estimates that 40% of the groundwater in western United States is polluted by acid mining draining, or AMD. Multiple reviews in Canada, UK, and US of both passive and active AMD remediation systems have all concluded that the mining technology does not exist today to sulfide mine without polluting. Research shows that limestone neutralization, plastic liners, ground cloths, aerobic wetlands, compost bioreactors, underwater storage, coating techniques, and many other remediation methods have been tried. Even though some were promising in field experiments, every time they have been used in real mining, unforeseen accidents, natural storms, and the multiplicity of real-world variable interactions have resulted in pollution. In 2018, SD7 created a copper-nickel sulfide mining resolution that received the most votes of all resolutions put forth during the SD7 DFL convention. The clauses still hold true. I have replaced copper-nickel sulfide mining with the language of nickel ore sulfide mining. They are, whereas the clear lakes, clean air, and healthy forests and rivers of Minnesota are emblematic of Minnesota and so much a part of what we as Minnesotans love about our state. And whereas nickel ore sulfide mining results in polluted runoff from mine pits and mine waste for at least 500 years, if not forever, and whereas nickel ore sulfide mining has never been done in a water-rich environment without polluting surface and/or groundwater, and whereas nickel ore sulfide mining has created taxpayer liabilities across the country when mining companies go bankrupt, leaving pollution behind, and whereas there is no assurance that Minnesota taxpayers will be protected from a long-term costs of nickel ore sulfide mining, and whereas nickel ore sulfide mining carries the same boom or bust problems as current mining, and diversification of the economy of northeastern Minnesota into other industries will lead to greater stability. Therefore, be it resolved that copper-nickel sulfide mining has unacceptable environmental impacts and should not be allowed in Minnesota until it is proven that similar mines in the US and Canada operate for at least 10 years and been closed for at least 10 years in a water-rich environment without resulting in acid mine drainage or pollution of surface or groundwater. With all due respect, at this time, no EIS can provide the needed proof of this kind of mining. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Thank you, everyone. And yes, if you need to leave the room, you may. All right, Amy Flynn Brennan.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. My name is Amy Flynn Brennan, and I'm going to yield my time to Paula Maccabee.
My name is Paula Maccabee, and I'm the Executive Director for Water Legacy. Thank you so much for coming tonight, and thank you for listening to us. Oh, I'm sorry. M-A-C-C, A, B as in boy, E-E. One extra B. There you go. Thank you. I'm Paula Maccabee, and I'm the Executive Director for Water Legacy, and thank you so much for coming, and thank you to the DNR for listening to us. In 17 years I've been doing this work, I've never seen such a sketchy mine plan for an EIS. Why does it matter if the Tamarack mine is a sketchy plan? It's because any mine could claim only a tiny part of the deposit it actually plans to mine should be studied in an EIS. That EIS would necessarily downplay the harm and open the door to mine expansion. And Minnesota has a terrible history of allowing mines to expand without ever doing an EIS, even if the technology has changed. You might not know this, but Mintech, when it started operations, said they had a no discharge plan. And now they have 10,000 acres of tailings, waste, and mines leaking all over and polluting as far north as the boundary waters. Now, Talon slides admit that its mine deposit proposed for the EIS is 1/10% of the Tamarack Mineral Intrusive Complex. Talon proposes basically to mine 206 acres of the 31,000 acres that has control of mineral leases. Now, Talon made a pitch to the federal government and got $115 million in subsidies. And in that document, which I got under the Freedom of Information Act, they said this complex is widely viewed by expert geologists as comparable to the Norilsk, N-O-R-I-L-S-K, intrusive complex in Russia, one of the largest nickel regions in the world. Look it up. Norilsk is also one of the most polluted places in Russia. We don't want this in Minnesota. And I want to say that we've heard from a couple of people about how great Minnesota regulations are. Well, Minnesota regulations aren't enforced. In the taconite mines, there's not one mine that has a permit limiting its sulfate. And taconite is the only industry in Minnesota that hasn't reduced its mercury emissions to comply with our statewide plan. So I don't think we should be trusting that Minnesota can do it right, because we have an example with a much less toxic kind of mining, and we haven't done it right. We've damaged wild rice, we've damaged water, and we have damaged the health of Minnesotans. In Minnesota's Lake Superior region, 1 out of 10 newborns are born with a level of mercury in their blood that is high enough to decrease IQ because it's harmed their brains. Now, the Tamarack mine plan is also incomplete. Minnesota law says you need to have a detailed ore processing and tailings plan for any mine proposal. Nope. Talon instead claims, without supporting economics or specific facts, that ore and waste rock will be sent to both North Dakota, where there is no place to process it right now, or Michigan. But if not, waste rock and ore could be stranded in Minnesota, causing pollution. I wanted to say one thing, that please, DNR, press the pause button. Thank you so much.
Paula, do you want to share that? Okay.
I'll take it anyways, please.
She didn't want to. Okay, thank you, Paula, for your comments. We appreciate that. Deborah Drexler, if you could come up. Thank you.
I'm Deborah Drexler, and I am yielding my time to Stephen Scheitberger.
I'm Stephen Scheitberger, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Scheitberger, S-C-H-A-I-T-B-E-R-G-E-R. S-C-H, Sierra, Charlie, Hotel, Alpha, Indio, Tango, Bravo, Echo, golf. AITBERGER. Got it? 23 years in the military. SCHAITBERGER. Got it? Thank you. I am a priest in the Episcopal Church, and I have walked with our congregation and denomination has walked with Indian people throughout the history of Minnesota, and including Emma Gabo, who was one of the interpreters that helped the people understand the treaty. I am here to speak as one who was at Lake Minnewawa in my youth. Happy water. I'm not so sure it'll be happy water anymore. The Ojibwe set aside 5 areas in Minnesota to preserve their culture. We walked with them to do that. And one of those areas was the Sandy Lake Reservation. And Magabo, our Ojibwe priest, worked very hard to secure this reservation twice. They lost it once on false accusations from the mining and lumbering industries. They regained it back. They have preserved this special place on earth between the St. Croix Flowage out to the Atlantic and down to Mississippi to the Gulf. There's great potential for damage. The healing properties of tamarack. And I realize we have tamarack all over the state, but in many cases, the bogs are polluted. This is a reservation where people value the stewardship of the land. If we're going to find medicines in the future from the tamarack that the Ojibwe elders saw and used as curative agents, it's going to happen from places like the Savannah Portage and the reservation that has cared for the land. That's environment in the highest sense of the word. Please don't ignore that. Preserve this special place on earth. I'm kind of miffed at God for putting nickel in this beautiful area. But we'll take that up in another forum. Thank you. I just need a little walking.
We have, thank you for that comment. We have, is it Nick Eklund next? All right, let's spell his height together.
I'm Nick Eklund. I'm going to delegate my time to Dan Snitterich.
I'll help you out. I'm actually, there's a cheat sheet on the left-hand side of the screen. It's Dan, Snidarich. Can I move this just a hair? All right, good evening. My name is Dan Snitterich. I want to speak to 2 hats here. I'm the Vice President on Iron Range Construction Building and Trades Council. I'm also almost a 29-year operating engineer and a business rep for the operating engineers out of Virginia, Minnesota. So we represent construction workers throughout Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. And I would just like to go on record, first and foremost, to say that we support these types of projects. These are good projects when they come up. I know a lot of folks think that these are temporary types of jobs, things like that. These are family-sustaining, benefit-paying types of opportunities that we get. And as a Vice President of Iron Range Building and Trades, and also as a representative of operating engineers, I'd like to go on record and say that we support that. Mining supports families by giving sustainable wages and benefits. Our folks aren't on benefits through the state because we give opportunities for our members to have great benefits and retirement and so on and so forth. Also, mining projects like this give opportunities for folks to stay in these communities. I'm from a small community over on the east side, towards the east side of the range named Cook. When I graduated, we had 600 people in our town. I think we're down to 400 and something right now. You know, just about any one of these small towns, you go through them and the storefronts shut down. There's no opportunities. This amazing facility that we're all sitting in here tonight, if we don't have kids in these schools, we can't support these types of places. Jobs like this, opportunities like this come around. I support the fact that we can keep some of these people and keep these kids in these schools and add to the tax base as well. So also want to say that when the trades are involved in projects like this, you know, stuff will be built correctly. They'll come up with a project, they'll give us a scope, let's build it, we'll do it correctly, we'll do it right, and we'll get it all taken care of. The minerals around this area can also lead to community growth and economics and opportunities for some of those people in the area as well, and those families to stay here. And I just want to leave with, you know, like I said, I'm from the East Range. I've been advocating for mining projects, you know, for roughly 20 years. You know, we always have these types of things, and we hear from both sides. You know, I just hope that there's a day that comes that we can all get on the same page. We can actually mine what's in the ground and do it safely. I mean, we're all here to protect the water, I understand that, but there's also opportunities out there for families to stay in these communities and build stuff and bring up the next generation that are around there. So that's my hope for the future. I had hair when I started this thing. I don't have it much right now, but I'm hoping in the future that we can get to that point. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Dan. All right, Thomas Oss.
Hello, my name's Thomas Oss. I'm a landowner in this area, and I'm going to stick my comments to just the pragmatic aspect of rail spur off of the Burlington Northern line. Does Talon Metal own this property yet? And if not, how are they going to acquire this property? Are they going to utilize a forceful dispossession of the property? These are questions that I have that I'm sure every landowner in this area would share. Thank you.
Are we going to shuffle, Amy, or next? After this person. All right. Thank you for your comments. Jacob Johnson. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jacob Johnson, and I yield my time to Ryan Sistad.
Hi, my name is Ryan Sistad. I'm the executive director. Oh, yeah, sorry. No problem. It's Sistad, S-I-S-T-A-D. T-A-D. As I was mentioning, I serve as the executive director of Better in Our Backyard. We advocate for responsible industrial development, both in Minnesota and throughout the country. And I've been proud to work with the team at Talon for over 7 years now. And I appreciate everyone taking their time to review both sides of the issue on this mine tonight. I'm speaking to express my support for the proposed Tamarack project and encourage the Minnesota DNR to continue advancing the project through a thorough, objective, and science-based environmental review. One of the things that initially stood out to me when I first started working with Talon, and I would argue is an extremely underappreciated value about the team at Talon, is their commitment to tribal engagement and community engagement years before the permitting processes even begun. And these efforts are often an underrated part of responsible project development. A clear example was Talon's decision to relocate its proposed battery minerals processing facility to North Dakota following feedback from local communities. That willingness to listen, adapt, and improve reflects the kind of responsible development Minnesotans should expect. Another reason I have confidence in this team is their experience at the Eagle Mine in Michigan. For the past 11 years, Eagle has demonstrated that nickel mining can be conducted safely and responsibly in the Great Lakes region as the only nickel mine in the country, while creating hundreds of great paying jobs in a rural part of Michigan that has greatly benefited from the positive economic impact. And I want the same for northern Minnesota, which is a part of the state in which I'm from. I encourage the DNR to continue evaluating the Tamarack project based on sound science, factual analysis, and the project's actual design. Minnesota's environmental review process is among the most rigorous in the nation and should continue to guide this decision. Minnesota's adopted ambitious renewable energy and electrification goals that will require significant quantities of nickel and copper. If Minnesota is committed to building the technologies of the future, it should also strive to responsibly produce the critical minerals those technologies depend on under some of the highest environmental standards in the world, while creating hundreds, if not thousands, of good-paying union jobs. We simply cannot recycle our way to the world of tomorrow. The Tamarack project deserves the opportunity to continue through Minnesota's permitting process, and I respectfully encourage the DNR to advance a fair, objective, and science-based environmental impact statement so that the project can be evaluated on its merits. Thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments, Ryan. All right, we're going to go with Corinne Killian, and you'll see the shuffling, right, of the additional folks coming through, and then I'll announce those names in a little bit. But all right, we have Corinne, right? Yes.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Karen Killian. I'm here from Virginia, Minnesota. I exist, truly, my body exists because of the legacy of mining history in the United States. My body also exists because of another legacy in this part of Minnesota, and that was the Indian boarding schools that 3 generations of my family went through, so I would look like the way I look, which is to say I am the product of the erasure of my own family line. As Senator Farnsworth pointed out, Minnesota has a long history of mining, but just because some rich men named Rockefeller and Carnegie lured my poorest ancestors from halfway across the world to claw the most valuable rocks out of the ground, and so that they could take the money and leave, doesn't mean that that's what we should continue doing indefinitely. And especially, we shouldn't be giving our natural resources to foreign governments and foreign corporations to take them away. Also, yes, our communities deserve healthy jobs into the future, but they're not going to get them by taking natural resources like nickel out of the ground, which are embedded in very toxic pyrrhotite rocks, and taking the valuable piece away, letting the profits go to a Chinese corporation, and leaving us with the toxic leftovers to either put on trains and take across state lines, or, oops, maybe they get left right here in McGregor because that good idea of moving them turned out to be too expensive. We've seen that before. I live in Virginia, Minnesota, where we don't drink the water. We don't drink the water in Virginia, Minnesota, because there are tailings ponds that are leaking into our water supply. Doctors in my community warn mothers to not exist on the free fish that they are so dependent on getting out of those lakes, because the fish is not safe for their children. 3 generations of my own family that worked in the mines have died at 65 because the mines are not protecting the lungs and the health of the miners. So you cannot convince me that even though Minnesota has had a mining economy for 125 years, that this should be our future. You know what economy we had twice as long that made our state was fur trading. Well, yeah, there might have been some natural resource management mistakes made 300 years ago too, but that economy thrived and protected the environment in ways that mining has not. Also, historically, the DNR has totally failed to manage pyrrhotite in the past in places like the Dunka River and the Erie Mine, and Polymet has just shown the DNR's integrity is already compromised, so why can we trust you now? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for providing those comments, Corinne. We appreciate it. Before we switch, if that's okay, we just wanted to make sure we switch at the end of a group of folks, and we have Sharon Zell, I believe, was the next person. Is that right, Amy? Okay. And then after that, we will take a 5-minute break so we can switch stenographers. Okay. Is Karen here? Or did I say that name? Or Sharon? Sharon Zell? Okay. Sorry, Sharon. Oh, you want to come this way. Oh, that's not her. Okay, sorry. There's no Sharon Zell? Okay, what we're going to do is take the 5-minute break now then, and we will be back in just 5 minutes. The next people that see their names up, go ahead and fill up the suite.
My daughter's a stenographer. I know it's hard to keep up with the time. From the class.
All right, folks, we're going to get started with the public comment section again. If you don't mind having a seat, be careful on the stairs, please. All right. If we could get the folks whose names are appearing on the screen to come and get comfortable over here on this side, and everyone else to settle in. Settling in, settling in. Oh, sorry. Thank you for breaking up I know it's hard. You can always go outside too and then come back. I'm chatty. Okay, let's keep going with the public comment section. Okay, we got everybody we need. Okay, and we will stop comment at 9 o'clock, just so you know. All right, Susan Derby, can you please come up?
Bonjour, Indigenikas, everybody. It took me months to memorize those words. I aspire to be a fluent Ojibwe speaker in this life. It won't be easy. But there is help in the room. I purchased 40 acres, 10 miles north of the proposed mine site in 2017 from my partners. I came to Aiken County 53 years ago. I fell in love with the lakes, the clean well water, the quiet, and the fresh smells, and the wild rice. I'm also the ghost of Kenny Peterson, who was a dairy farmer southeast of Tamarack. A lot of people knew Kenny, still remember Kenny. I am the ghost of Kenny Peterson because he sent me to the first meeting in 2002 where the Aiken County Zoning and Planning Commission opposed this mine exploration. A note to the miners and mine supporters and union workers in the room: sulfide mining. Sulfide mining is not taconite mining. When exposed to air and water, it becomes acid rain in all the rivers that flow north and south and east and west of the east-west continental divide. 3 points. Talon's latest marketing tactic is to talk about a mine in a box. That's not in the EIS, it's in their marketing scheme. There is no such thing as a mine in a box. This is a vast expanse of a land lease of 33,000 acres. This is the east side of Aiken County, full of bogs and lakes and water. Second point, Talon just purchased Eagle Mine, and they're talking it up pretty big. They purchased it this year. Eagle Mine is due for an $80 million cleanup. Talon doesn't have that money. So who will pay for the Eagle Mine cleanup? 3, finally, tailings of 99% extracted waste will not be transported. They can talk about rail lines to North Dakota or to Michigan all they want. But anybody who has experience with mines knows that this will become a mountainous, hazardous waste site. It is the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe who often remind us to protect our water for 7 generations. Others say 10, I'm sticking to 7. These days I am in love with wolves howling and still in love with clean water and quiet.
Shania, yeah, thank you. Thank you to McGregor School for helping host this meeting, to the facilitators, and to folks showing up tonight to share their thoughts about this project. My name is Shania Matson. I grew up in this community, and I live downstream of the proposed mine here in Aiken County on the banks of the Mississippi River. The Minnesota DNR is enabling harm to treaty lands and waters and to our native and rural communities. We have seen this playbook before. when Enbridge Energy built Line 3 oil pipeline just a few miles from this proposed sulfide mine and caused damage to our groundwater. The scoping and EIS for Line 3 was deeply flawed. This was exposed by scientists, tribal people, and the majority of Minnesotans who commented. Enbridge failed to study groundwater impacts in what is a very wet region. And now the DNR is helping Talon Metals avoid responsibility for dumping drilling wastes in unlined sumps, potentially contaminating groundwater again, and this is before any mining takes place. When I requested reports about Rio Tinto and Talon's drilling, the employee that the DNR had gather this data was hired recently directly from a post at Rio Tinto and Talon Metals. How can we trust this revolving door? Now, the DNR is here to gather our comments on the Talon Tamarack project while allowing Talon to mislead us about the intended size of their mine and to ignore Rio Tinto's dirty track record. Talon gives us unstudied claims about shipping ore and pollution to North Dakota or Michigan. Talon says shipping pollution to another state is what our community wanted. But we don't want this concept to be a loophole in the EIS. We want to see Talon's real plans. It's insulting to the people of this community to give us 3 minutes to talk when mine impacts last for centuries. Don't ignore the entire deposit that Rio Tinto and Talon control. Tell the truth about groundwater monitoring, require a health impact assessment, and don't take us for fools.
Thank you, Shania, for speaking your comments today. We have Julie Lucas. Who's next? Thank you, Julie.
Yes, I hope so. Making sure I behave on timing. Oh, perfect. Well, good evening. My name is Julie Lucas, Executive Director of Mining Minnesota. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of our member companies and many of the workers, families, and communities across northeastern Minnesota whose lives are connected to our land. I'm originally a Carleton County kid, but I hope this audience doesn't hold that against me. I have now lived on the Iron Range for more than half my life and worked in environmental protection within mining for most of my adult life. I understand the concern behind many of the comments we are hearing tonight. Clean water matters, the future we leave our children matters. Those values do not belong to one side of this conversation, though. For 3 years, the DNR and Talon Metals have worked through difficult technical questions and refined this project. The proposal before us today has changed significantly from earlier versions. Talon removed the mill and tailings facility from the Minnesota mine site, reduced the developed footprint, moved ore and development rock handling indoors, and eliminated outdoor ore and waste rock stockpiles. These are meaningful changes intended to reduce surface disturbance, dust, contact water, and long-term reclamation needs. Those changes did not happen by accident, though. They happened because people like the ones in this room asked questions, the agencies required analysis, and the company listened and responded. That's what accountability looks like. But accountability does not stop and cannot stop at the mine gate. Every one of us participates in mineral demand. We know the products, we do not often know the people who produce them. There is a social and environmental justice question in that disconnect. We cannot demand more minerals while expecting every community except our own to accept the responsibility of producing them. Saying no here does not erase our consumption. It simply places the work and the accountability somewhere else. As our state moves forward with 100% clean energy goals, built on the backs of miners providing the minerals for wind and solar energy, the section on environmental justice should recognize that global connection. When Minnesota has mineral resources, skilled workers, strong environmental standards, and a public process such as this that allows people to participate, we have a responsibility to seriously consider producing those minerals here under our own watch. That does not mean approving every project. It means evaluating each project on its design, its science, and its ability to meet Minnesota law. I respectfully ask the DNR to continue following the thoughtful scope it developed after 3 years of technical work. Ask the hard questions, require clear answers, evaluate the project that exists today. We can care deeply about clean water, demand accountability from industry, and recognize our own responsibility as consumers. That is a standard responsible mining should meet, and it is a standard I believe Minnesota can lead. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those comments. We appreciate you. Mark Mossman. Are you in the space, Mark Mossman? Yes. Okay, let me get the microphone.
is Mark Mossman, and I'd like to give my time to Lynn.
Lynn Meisner, Lynnmizner. My name is Lynn Meisner. I'm a landowner and a farmer and rancher in Palisade, Minnesota. My farm is in the watershed of the Mississippi and Willow Rivers. I have a master's of science degree in fisheries and wildlife management. Since my retirement about 17 years ago, I've been writing and opposing development that affects water resources, wildlife, and fisheries. I think this resource, the area around the proposed Talon mine, is too important to be exploited for profit. It's a very important treaty fishing, hunting, and gathering area. It's an important global resource, as forested wetlands are extremely rare globally. I don't think there's any way, having observed this exploration for about 18 years, I don't think there's any way that this can be done without severe damage to the wetlands and the resources surrounding this area. In addition to my farming and ranching and writing about this area, I'm opposing this proposed mine in Tamarack mostly because of my belief that the wetland complex in which this mine is being proposed is threatened and has already been degraded by exploration and construction around the proposed mine. Dewatering, alteration to the water chemistry, soil compaction from the use of heavy equipment, and dust from sulfate ore all have the potential to affect the health of this important wetland complex. All of the proposed activities have the potential to increase mercury contamination of sediments, fish, and waterfowl. And the ore body identified by Talon also extends under the very important migratory bird area in and around the Rice Lake National Wildlife Refuge. I'm concerned that the scope of the mine will creep and impinge upon the important national flyway and nesting area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn, for those comments. We appreciate you. Just a reminder to turn off your phones, silence them. And we have Patty Lyman coming up, or Lehman. Okay, be careful, because I already almost took a spot.
I'm Patty Lyman. I'm going to yield my time to Don Arnosti.
Don Arnosti. Can you spell that slowly?
A-R-N-O-S-T-I. My name's Don Arnosti. I've gathered wild rice very near the proposed mine site and have often visited the lakes in the Mississippi River downstream. I've experience with evaluating copper-nickel mining risks and regulations dating back to my participation as the lead of the environmental team participating in the Mining Simulation Project, a collaboration of DNR, the non-ferrous mining industry, and environmental groups from the late 1980s. I'm very concerned that the DNR is not taking its regulatory responsibilities seriously. The reason I say this is I cannot understand how EIS scoping can proceed when no formal mine plan nor feasibility or pre-feasibility plan is available for public review. Instead, we've heard a series of press releases and general statements which suggest a very small underground mine focusing on less than 1% of the mineralization, with all reactive waste magically shipped off to another state. Is it North Dakota? Is it Michigan? Pay no attention to the most polluting byproduct of this mine. There are no reserves, supposedly, implying that this is all there is. There isn't any more. Yet more than 500 boreholes in one small area of the deposit are accompanied by press releases to the investor community talking about thick layers of massive sulfide and rich disseminated ore. They tout a, quote, mining district scale deposit. Well, I think we should take that seriously. This is bait and switch. It's completely unacceptable to scope an EIS on a tiny footprint when the industry, the DNR, and investors all know there's a lot more ore in the deposit, which will eventually be mined. Scoping of an EIS limits the issues to be evaluated. if we're just taking a look at a tiny footprint, we are excluding the issues that will arise as this deposit is developed. It's clear that while a small underground mine may go for the richest deposits first to pay off mining infrastructure, the ultimate destination is the creation of a massive open pit mine to extract all ore in the district. The dubious economics of shipping ore to other states for processing will fall apart as lower grade ores are mined in future years and reactive waste will be dumped on the site. Therefore, due to these issues, oh boy, I'm out of time. I will submit this by writing, but we need to scope an EIS for the entire deposit. We need to quit pretending this is all that's proposed, and we ought to do a complete natural resource evaluation akin to the copper-nickel study done in the 1978 era for northeastern Minnesota. This region deserves no less.
Thank you, Don, for your comments. We appreciate you. And you're going to provide your comments up here? Okay, thanks. All right. James Devine, or Devine, did I say your name right?
Yep.
Okay. You're okay with that?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
First of all, thanks to all the DNR and regulators here. I'm going to yield my time to Spencer Igo.
All right. Well, thank you to the DNR for being here tonight. Thank you for everyone attending here this evening. My name is Spencer Igo. I have the unique privilege and opportunity to serve as the area's state representative. I represent the County of Aiken, the community of Tamarack, and the proposed Talon Metals project. What I'm here to say is really simple. This mine, this place. And I'm going to tell you why. We have a unique opportunity here in Minnesota to let our permitting process go through the steps and finally give us a product to bring a mine to reality here in a county that could become one of the largest employers, an economic driver, and future for not just the communities in and around Aiken and Tamarack, but for the entire state of Minnesota. Let Minnesota lead in the critical mineral revolution that we need for things in our day-to-day lives. This projector, this opportunity for us to share tonight and give our opinions is impossible without the critical minerals that we have been so fortunate to find underneath our feet just a few miles from here. And it's not just any copper nickel find. It's not just any nickel find. It's one of the highest grade nickel finds in the world. So good in the fact that the core samples have been sent to the Smithsonian to be on display for generations long after us at this find. That is why we are here tonight. So we need to take a stand and be bold and say Minnesota is going to lead on doing things the right way. That's why we have the best permitting in the world. That's why we have the best workforce in the world. And that's why we can do this in a way that respects our environment, respects our communities, and becomes a global leader when it comes to critical minerals. So that no longer we are going to fuel our technological revolution with batteries, wind turbines, solar panels, with nickel that's mined in places like Indonesia, that's mined in places like Russia. So we can make sure to fund and invest in ourselves and be part of that revolution that's going to build up communities right here in Aiken County and the rest of northeastern Minnesota, so that Minnesota can be the hub of mining, technological revolutions, industry, and recycling. We talk a lot about the circular economy. You can't have a circular economy without taking those raw materials out of the ground. This mine, this place. Let's do this process, let's go through this together, and let's lead to a way that's going to result in opening Minnesota's first non-ferrous mine and show the world that Minnesota is going to lead the way in this technological revolution, lead the way on mining, put people to work, create generational wealth, provide family wage jobs, and really bring best days to reality here in Aiken County, but for the rest of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer, for your comments. We appreciate you. Amy's going to run so you can see the next 8 names that are going to come up. If your name is within that pool of 8 names, feel free to make your way over here to the commenters suite. But we have Emily Berg, who's up here to share with us.
Thank you. Can I?
Oh, sorry. What'd you say? Get him off. Okay. Sounds good. All right, Emily Berg.
Can I tilt this down?
Absolutely. Right. We're not supposed to be touching it.
Yeah,
Hold on.
that's
I'm over
fine.
here making rules on that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Berg. While I do not live in the McGregor area, I have lived in the Mississippi watershed for the last 20 years. Both my husband and I have been working in industry and in manufacturing for the past 20 years as well. One of the gentlemen over here had said that we cannot recycle our way out of this. However, we don't have a comprehensive recycling program. I have worked in industry for the last 3.5 years. There's no recycling mandates. Everything just goes in the garbage, no matter what it is. It doesn't matter. Same in heavy industry. It just goes in the garbage. No one cares. No mandates. So please start recycling. See what can happen if we actually mandate recycling. Another issue, that guy apparently knows a lot more than we do because he says we can build generational wealth while this is only supposed to last 10 years. What? And also, there is not nearly enough equity in this. Apparently this is the richest nickel mine anywhere in the world, but what do we as Minnesotans who own this get back? This is not like in Alaska where we get dividends from what is pulled out of the ground. We own these materials and we are receiving nothing back. I would like to request that these ores, if they do go through, we all get a cut. Why are we supposed to leverage our health and our future for receiving nothing out of this bargain? Yes, there are people who are going to get jobs, but they're going to be temporary jobs. The rest of it, they're going to come in, they're going to strip everything from us, they're going to boom the economy, and then it is going to bust because there is nothing left here for us. They're going to ruin the environment and then leave us with the devastation in return. What else? This is an untested mining process. We really need more information on how it's going to be done and how it's going to be mitigated. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, Emily, and your comments. All right, we've got Marcia Beyer. Bear, thank you.
But I'm going to yield my time to Jan W. Apology for my phone going off. The nice deputy showed me how to finally put it on.
And can you say your name and spell?
Yep. Hi, my name is Jan, Jan, Keogh, K-E-O-U-G-H. I'm a wetland ecologist and past president of the Society of Wetland Scientists. I spent my career as a wetland ecologist with the Department of Interior and also with the EPA. I want to comment on threats that the Talon Tamarack mine presents to the surrounding wetlands in Aiken County. The mine has the potential for significant environmental effects on wetlands due to changes in hydrology and water quality. This mine will pump groundwater from the mine, dewatering wetlands, and discharge both treated and untreated water. Talon estimates the peak dewatering due to the years of mine operations would be about 3.5 million gallons per week. That may even be an underestimate. The Tamarack mineral deposit is surrounded by peatlands and other freshwater wetlands. Peatlands are very sensitive to changes in hydrology and also especially to the ionic and nutrient conditions of water. Mine discharges will be loaded in ions and other chemicals that will destroy peatlands by raising the pH, adding nutrients and metals, and increasing ionic conditions that are not tolerated by peatland plants. I've seen this in other wetlands that have been impacted by industrial discharge. Tamarack mine is a wholly inappropriate industry to place in this water-rich and wetland-rich landscape. Peatlands are very difficult to replace or protect from effects of mine pollution. The EIS must ask how much sulfate, conductivity, and metals would be in mine construction water, stormwater contacting mine facilities, and mine inflow, and how much of each type of water would be produced. Also, ask where and how much would any treated or untreated mine-related waters be released to wetlands, ditches, streams, and other surface or groundwater. Minnesota has a policy of no net loss of wetlands. I urge you to consider alternatives in the EIS to prevent loss and impairment of important wetlands due to the Tamarack Talon Tamarack Mine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that comment. We appreciate you. Eric Swanson is next. Oh, we forgot the end. Be careful up there. All right? Okay, just making sure. You're right here.
Hi, I'm Eric Swanson. I'm going to yield to Cal. Warwis.
That's all right. Thank you for that. My name is Cal Warwis, C-A-L-W-A-R-W-A-S, just like the war was over. All right, good evening. My name is Representative Cal Warwis. I am proud to represent a part of northeastern Minnesota in 7B. But before I was ever elected to office, I was, and I still am, a member of the Steelworkers Local 1938. For more than 30 years, I've supported my family as a career miner. Because of that experience, I understand something that often gets lost in conversations like this. Mining is not simply an industry, it is the foundation upon which modern life is built. As we know, everything we use comes from one of two places. They are either grown or mined. Think about the things we touched before arriving here tonight: the steel in your vehicle, the copper in your home's wiring, the nickel in your phone, the minerals used in modern medicine. The roads you drove on and the electricity that powers your lights all came from the earth. Whether we realize it or not, every single one of us supports mining in our daily lives. The real question is not whether we need these minerals. We already depend on them. The question is whether they will be produced here in Minnesota under some of the highest environmental and labor standards in the world, or imported from places that do not share our values. That is why the Tamarack project matters. The project being reviewed today reflects years of engineering improvements and public engagement. Talon has reduced surface footprint, moved ore handling indoors, eliminated outdoor stockpiles, and designed systems intended to reduce dust, manage water responsibility, and minimize the impacts on the surrounding environment. Those changes demonstrate that responsible mining is the product of careful planning, rigorous review, and a commitment to getting things right. Minnesota has always supplied the raw materials that our country depends on. Today, the minerals beneath our feet remain essential to manufacturing, transportation, medicine, energy production, and the technology that shapes our daily lives. We have the workforce, the expertise, and the regulatory framework to develop those resources responsibly. I support a thorough review of the Tamarack project and the opportunity it represents for our communities and our state. I encourage decision makers to evaluate this project on the strength of its engineering, its science, and its potential to provide responsible development and family-sustaining opportunities for generations to come. And let me just say, me and a lot of my colleagues with the Iron Range Resources in this room tonight traveled to the Eagle Mine about a month ago. And we were able to go to the mine site, and I can tell you it was very clean and very quiet, and the water that they were cleaning up there, that they're doing the dewatering, was cleaner when it left that site than when it came out of the ground. It was an incredible experience out in the woods there, the jack pine forest right on the periphery. And the processing mill that they had there, it was incredibly clean. I've worked in mining for over 30 years, and their process there was very clean. And even though this mine is a mine only and not a processing plant, their commitment to doing things right is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal, for those comments. We appreciate you. Brian Scott.
Thank you. My name is Brian Scott, and I'm a high school science teacher in Duluth. In spring 2025, I brought a class to the Long Lake Conservation Center and the Rice Lake National Wildlife Refuge. We also visited the Talon Metals office in Tamarack in hopes that they would give us a tour of the proposed mine site. The tour didn't happen, but we were able to ask questions about the project proposal. Students asked staff if the exploratory drilling sumps were lined. Talon staff responded that they are not because they are not required to be lined. Students asked how many mines Talon has operated, and staff replied none. Students asked why Talon should be trusted to be able to operate a proposed mine safely without having done so before, and staff responded, because that's how innovation works. But why should we trust Talon? The fact is every sulfide ore mine in a water-rich environment has polluted surface and groundwater. In the classroom, inquiry-based projects are powerful learning opportunities that start with a question for which no one knows the answer. If done correctly, as a student attempts to answer their original question, even more questions emerge. Talon's project proposal has many unknowns that have not yet been studied. These should be included in the EIS. A study on the impacts of the project on peatlands, which play a critical role in the global carbon cycle. Analysis of the project's impact on bioindicator species, including monomin, benthic macroinvertebrates, amphibians, and birds. Analysis of the full scope of the deposit, and not just the current proposed mine. In a Wall Street Journal story, a Talon spokesperson states, "We have found one deposit, but we're finding mineralization in these other areas as well. I can definitely see tamarack growing in the future." This quote is exactly why the EIS should include the full scope of the deposit. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Oh, thank you, Brian. We have Brianne Johnson next. The height is good. Welcome, Brianne.
Good evening, Brianne Johnson, and I delegate my time to Eric Hoffman.
Welcome, Eric.
Good evening, Eric Hoffman. I'm going to address the crowd out here. Nothing against the DNR here.
Okay.
My name's Eric Hoffman. I'm a business representative with Bridge Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Ironworkers. Some of my colleagues spoke earlier. Building trades, construction, great paying jobs, great paying benefits, which we need on this Iron Range to keep this thing going. Not so much here. This is kind of a new thing here, but I am from Virginia, graduate of Virginia, and yes, I drank the water there for many years, and so did my grandparents, and we're all standing and living today. A lot of noise out there, a lot of false accusations about what's to come. Talon Metals, Eagle, all these mines have proven that they can do this safely. Minnesota has some of the most strictest guidelines and rules and regulations than any other state in Minnesota due to our friends here at the DNR. Rigorous testing and whatnot that proves that this can be done safely. There should be no pushback on this for the safety of all this stuff. It is safe, it's been proven. My grandfather and my great-grandfather operated a racing business, Hoffman Brothers Racing, north of Orr, Minnesota, for many years. And I also raced my own self, not for profit, but for my own self, with my grandfather, north of where I live now, Wild Rice Lake, north of Virginia. And he saw the boom and the decline of wild rice. Had nothing to do with the mines. They were all in operation then. It's got to do with Mother Nature, right? The water fluctuates up and down. That's consistently how wild rice fluctuates. And I've seen it firsthand. Like I said, some of these new mines, Polymet, which is now New Range, they've proven themselves. They're going to be in operation before long, as well as this one will be, granted the EIS passes. Like I said, with our friends from the DNR, are going to make sure that that is true and safe for all Minnesotans. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your comments. James Matson. Matson, okay, we got it. The height is right for you.
It should be for him. Yes, I want to yield my time to Johnny Barber.
Thank you. Johnny Barber, Johnnny Barber. The first time I met someone from the Minnesota DNR, I was standing across from a bunch of dudes in riot gear with 4-foot clubs. They were guarding Enbridge Line 3 property while Enbridge was fracking out and piercing aquifers. I think in total the DNR was compensated somewhere around $8 million for policing Enbridge opponents. It's a funny way to protect the water, am I right? I've heard a lot from the Better in Our Backyard crowd about how Minnesota has the strictest regulations and sulfide mining can be done safely in wetlands. This is obviously false. Talon doesn't line their drilling waste sumps. Why? Because the regulatory agency's very strict, robust regulations don't mention this at all. They don't mention the waste sumps. Why? They don't monitor them. They're not regulated. And despite Talon's claims of best practices, they aren't monitoring the drilling waste. They aren't sealing all their borings. And we've documented trees dying around one of their sumps for 3 years now, yet they won't even use a liner. Why? Because they're following all state and federal guidelines, the minimum. They say shipping their waste to another poor community near a different reservation was due to community feedback, but it wasn't due to my feedback. I don't advocate for shipping Talon's toxic waste anywhere where other communities will need to face off with their DNRs to try to protect their water. And let's talk a minute for the water. Why is it that in 2021, the Minnesota DNR completed an economic feasibility study of the Talon mine, but until today hasn't done a comprehensive groundwater study of the area? That's left to the mining company. How can you determine how much money is to be made before you consider the cost of keeping our air and water safe? I don't know about that. This is not my grandfather's mine. This is Rio Tinto. Why do community members need to convince you of the clear and present dangers of this foreign mining conglomerate? Talon has never built a mine, but Rio Tinto's record is clear. They've stomped on human rights around the world. They've been charged with violating the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. They've poisoned water resources around the world, including the Great Salt Lake near Bingham Canyon Mine in Utah and the Flambeau River in Wisconsin, where the Wisconsin DNR now claims the Flambeau site serves as a community resource, touting the hiking trails. They poison the water, but they sell hiking trails. It reminds me of the Iron Range. In Western Australia, Rio Tinto destroyed 46,000-year-old Aboriginal sacred site. And in Arizona, they're planning to create a 1,000-foot deep crater, completely destroying Oak Flat, an Apache sacred site. So much for tribal consultation. This isn't my grandfather's mine. This is Rio Tinto. This is 2026. Rio Tinto does not care about wild rice. You should. We all should. So my request to you is that the scoping considers all 31,000 acres of mineral leases, as well as all downstream communities that will be harmed by this project. My request to you is to protect the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Okay. We have John Munter next. Want me to make it higher?
Yeah, well, if you would. Hi, I'm John Munter. I'm running for Congress in the Tuesday primary. My opponents are just fine with copper nickel mining as long as the process plays out and they're happy with that. Just don't put it in the Boundary Waters canoe area. The problem with that is that there's no safe way to do sulfite mining. When this ore is taken out 10 years, then jobs only last 10 years, is that right? Then the water fills up and it's toxic and it's full of metals, and it's going to leach out through the fissures in the rock or through the peat. And there's no bond big enough to fund perpetual treatment of water in the mine or perpetual treatment outside the mine. You could fill it with bentonite or with concrete or something, but that would cost billions, literally billions of dollars to do that, so it's not feasible. So there's just no way to do this mining at all, I don't think. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John. You'll see the additional people be added to the screen. And if you could come up here and get comfortable. We have, before Sally goes, I just want to announce the names: Micah, Oddbit, Jake Heitzman, Elizabeth Doring, Maria Walwars, Deborah Topping, Joanne Kane, and Andy Baldwin and Steve Mills should all get comfortable somewhere close, please. And then I'm going to invite Sally Dutcher up here. If you could, let me fix the mic.
My name is Sally Dutcher, and I'd like to cede my time to Raina Killspotted.
Raina, R-A-I-N-A, kill spotted, one word, kill spotted. So, Buju Anishinaabe Dug, Gikino Ma Gani Dug. My name is Raina Killspotted. I'm from the Minnesinaquan community here in East Lake, Minnesota. I'm the District 2 representative from Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, and I speak on behalf and advocate on behalf of our constituency in East Lake, Minnewawa, and Sandy Lake. I think, oh my gosh. I want to say miigwech to everybody that showed up tonight, especially our another Anishinaabe that are coming to visit and support us here in our community of East Lake. All of our students that are here that have traveled over with Cheyenne Pete and the community. I think it's really important for them to be a part of this process, as I remember also being a part of this type of process when they tried to bring a nuclear waste dump site here to the community back in the 70s, and was also part of that process back then. We said no then, and we say no now. I think one of the very most important things about Minnesinaquan and our community here in Anishinaabe is that we've always been in this community for many, many years, even before statehood. And we are the original landholders and land people who oversee the land and all of the riches that are on our lands, the precious plant of Monoman that the DNR has oversight of. We have been also the oversight of that particular plant here in our community. We harvest that in a few weeks. That's going to be starting, goes all the way until mid-September, and we also had our village out here on the Rice Lake Refuge. I know somebody else had mentioned that here about Rice Lake, but one of the main things about Rice Lake in our community is our displacement from it. And so, you know, it's really important to think about how the state, how the federal government has always made decisions on our behalf. And we are telling you now, and we will tell you again, that no mining will ever replace the resources that will be taken from us again. You know, we have plants that we pick here in the community. Monoman is being the one, you know, main one of them, but there's red willow that we harvest on an annual basis, bare root. Blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, they're out in the community there, and we harvest those for our family and for our livelihood. So I'm asking you to take a look at what you're doing and think about that process and how it impacts people who've always been impacted by federal choices, state choices, and we have no say in it. So listen to our people when we say no mining, not now, not in the future. So please heed that when you make that decision. You have a legal responsibility and a stewardship responsibility to this land and the precious plant of Monoman. Mio.
Thank you so much for that comment. Catherine Cirilli, if I'm saying that name right.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not. It's not going to go up? Shall I pull? Okay. Yes, teamwork makes the dream work. All right. Okay.
Hello, my name is Catherine Cirilli. I grew up 2 blocks from here. McGregor is my hometown, and this is my school. Sorry, I touched it. If you went to school here between 1973 and 2004, you almost definitely had my dad in school as a teacher. He taught history and science and was a trained chemist. I learned to swim on Loon Lake in Savannah Portage State Park, and Round Lake is my favorite lake to swim in the area. My friend's family has a cabin there, and she got married there. When I was a kid, we'd go to the refuge, the Wild Rice Refuge, south of town all the time. I still live in the area, and I love this community. I don't think this mine is a safe or good idea for our community. This land and our water are too important. I don't trust any company to mine here. There is too much risk. Now about the EIS. There needs to be more study of groundwater movement in this area. We call McGregor the swamp sometimes. There's so much water in this area. We need to know the impacts the mine would have on the groundwater and connected wetlands. There should be no proprietary tech. We need to know the truth about the chemicals used in our area. And I hear drilling has already happened outside the permitted area. Tell us the truth about the size of the deposit. I feel like we are inviting a vampire into our house. We're going to give them an inch and they're going to take a mile. A company can leave after doing their damage. A company can go bankrupt and leave us with a mess. It's not worth it, we don't benefit, and it's a big risk. A huge multi-billion-dollar corporation will benefit, and that's a bad deal. I just wanted to add, I have my master's degree in social work, and I also have some concerns about public health and the future of this area, and I'm afraid of losing my community, and it's right here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Catherine. Micah.
Machaabed and Digu, Menisanakwang and Dunjaba, Bakwa Manumanakaning, Gamataw and Gagamag and Dush Gunning. I just wanted to start my comment today with a quote from the Justice of the Supreme Court, Neil Gorsuch. His quote is, "Great nations, like great men, should honor their word." We need to hold the government to their word. And so talking about, treaties being the supreme law of the land, as it says in the Constitution of the United States, I just wanted to tell everyone that the territory or land that we're all standing on today was bought by the United States in 1855 from the Chippewa of the Mississippi, Pillager, and Winnebagosh bands here in Minnesota. We didn't give up that land for nothing. In return for selling that territory or trading it, we reserved 10 reservations here in central Minnesota. 2 of those reservations are at Sandy Lake and Rice Lake here in Aiken County. I just wanted to say that those reservations existed at the time and they still exist today. In 1864, the President Abraham Lincoln of the United States seen 2 of our chiefs, one Chief Musquates of Sandy Lake and the other Chief Hole in the Day, the head chief of all of the Mississippi Chippewas. And in 1864, they shook the hand of Abraham Lincoln, and he said that despite the war with the Dakota and the United States and several of the bands here in Minnesota, that the Anishinaabe people here at Sandy Lake and Rice Lake would be able to remain on our reservations, and those reservations would still get to exist today. Follow it up to 1889 was the last treaty with the Chippewa in the United States of America. At that meeting, Benjamin Harrison, the President of the United States, told the Anishinaabe people here at Sandy Lake through his Senator Henry Rice that the Indian people could remain here at Sandy Lake and Rice Lake on their reservations. We're still here today through all of the different laws and amalgamations that's happened to us over the years, and these reservation boundaries still exist. When we reserved those reservations in 1855, our leaders at the time said, this is a permanent homeland for our people. Permanent homeland meaning this is where we would live for all time, and this is how we would get our sustenance. Now, I know there's a lot of talk about wild rice and fish here today, but I just wanted to say the Supreme Court, speaking of them, they've defined this right that the Anishinaabe people have as a property right. They call it a usufructory property right. So all of the Anishinaabe people that continue and have always lived here in Aiken County retain these rights, property rights, to always and forever, perpetually through time, to be able to harvest wild rice and eat fish out of Sandy Lake and Rice Lake down here at the National Wildlife Refuge. So we're not against modernity, we're not against any jobs created, but we just want to ensure that that promise and that word that the United States gave us, that perpetual in time, we would be able to harvest food and wild rice out of Sandy Lake. Miigwech.
Thank you, Maicha. Jake Heitzman.
I'm Jake Heitzman. I'd like to yield to Rachel Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing this opportunity for me to speak. I'm Rachel Johnson, and I work in economic development, serving Northeast Minnesota. And in my work, I get to learn about a number of different industries, including mining. And it's exciting to see the different intersections that one sees in this type of work, and I'm excited to offer some perspective tonight on this project. I really appreciated Talon and their open door policy as they've come to get to know the community and invite the entire community in to learn about what they're doing. And through the lengthy process they've had so far, and that will continue, there has been a lot of changes and improvements to their plans from feedback that they've received from the community, from agencies, from the band, and from the general public as a whole. And so I support the thorough review of the Tamarack project and the opportunity that it represents for communities. It's not often like a community like this gets an investment like this that will help families and the community thrive into the future. And I encourage the decision makers to evaluate the project on the strength of its engineering and of its science and of its environmental protections. And the years of work that have gone into the design and this project have been pretty impressive. I also wanted to add that as I was driving here today, I was reminiscing because my grandfather grew up in Tamarack. His old homestead is still there, in fact, and we had a family cabin on Coal Lake. And so it's exciting to think about what the future looks like for this community going forward with the prospect of this new mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We appreciate you for your comments. Elizabeth Doring, if you could come up. Is Elizabeth here? You are? Okay, be careful on the step. Yeah, it's a big one.
I'm Elizabeth Doring, and I'd like to yield my time to Judy Grant.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You got my name? Yep, thank you. Okay, hello, yes. I'm Judy Grant, Judy Gronquist Grant. I live in Minneapolis, but I grew up in Cloquet, and I have a master's degree in environmental and occupational health. I'm a cabin owner on Big Sandy Lake. This property was gifted to me by my family, or actually this property has been in my family since the early 60s and was entrusted to me so I could pass it on to my children and grandchildren, which is why I care so deeply about this lake. I've been watching the water quality deteriorate on the lake. We have slimy algae clinging to the water plants due to high phosphorus, but now we have a much more serious threat. This Talon Metals Rio Tinto copper nickel sulfide ore mine in Tamarack, which is a wetland. This ore is a high sulfide ore, meaning there are high levels of sulfur in the rock, and this type of ore produces acid mine drainage, especially in wet areas like Tamarack. The type of acid in this drainage is sulfuric acid. This is the same type of acid that's in your car battery. The drainage from these mines then poisons fish, plants, and microorganisms and releases toxic metals into the water. Now, there are sulfide ore mines in Europe that were actually put in during the time of the Romans, and they are still releasing toxic acid mine drainage into the environment 2,000 years later. This is not a genie that can be put back in the bottle. Tamarack is in the Big Sandy Lake watershed, as you know, meaning that the water flows into the Prairie River and then into Big Sandy Lake. So that acid-contaminated water will flow into Big Sandy, and this mine will actually tank property values. Because who wants to own property on a poisoned lake or a soon-to-be poisoned lake? An environmental EIS for this proposed mine must include extensive baseline data showing metals, levels of metals, and a full panel of metals, because we know that acidification will mobilize all metals present, N-sulfide and sulfate, for the areas around the proposed mine sites and all downstream areas. It's my understanding that the Wisconsin DNR was not able to prove that the stream running next to the Flambeau mine, which is now devoid of life, was destroyed by the mine because they did not have baseline data. Also, the hydrology of the area will need to be thoroughly mapped and understood, so the effects of the mine's dewatering operations and their potential effects on groundwater can be accurately anticipated. People in the area rely on their wells for drinking water, and they must be protected. We need our well water. We need our wells to be clean and uncontaminated. We need our lakes to be clean and uncontaminated. Thank you for your time.
It's my only copy. All right. Looks like Maria?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Maria Warwis, and I'd like to yield my time to Senator Kerry Heinzman.
KeriHeintzEman. Good evening. My name is Senator Kerry Heinzman, and I am proud to support the Tamarack Mining Project. This project is proof that innovation and responsible development can go hand in hand. For generations, mining has built northern Minnesota. It has provided family-supporting jobs, strengthened local communities, and created opportunities for people to stay here, raise their families here, and build a future here. Tamarack gives us the opportunity to continue that tradition. What impresses me most is that this isn't yesterday's mine, it's tomorrow's. This project is designed as an underground operation, keeping the vast majority of the work below the surface, or will be handled inside enclosed facilities instead of exposed stockpiles, and materials will move by covered rail cars instead of a constant stream of heavy trucks. Those are smart engineering decisions that reduce the project's footprint, improve operations, and demonstrate what modern mining can look like. Tamarack is also investing in proven technology to manage water, control dust, and reduce impacts from day one. This is because they understand that doing things right is good for the project, good for the community, and good for Minnesota. This project also means opportunity. Opportunity for skilled trades, opportunity for apprentices, opportunity for local contractors, suppliers, restaurants, and small businesses, opportunity for young people who want to build a career without leaving northern Minnesota. And let's not forget what we're talking about. These are critical minerals our country needs. Every day we rely on nickel, copper, and cobalt in manufacturing, technology, and our national defense. We have the resources, the workforce, and the expertise to produce them right here under Minnesota's high standards instead of relying on foreign countries. I believe Tamarack represents the future of responsible mining. It creates jobs, strengthens our economy, supports American supply chains, and shows what's possible when stakeholders, innovation, and common sense come together. That's why I'm proud to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, for that comment. Deborah Topping.
Bonjour. I will be giving my time to Tanya Abbott. Tanya Aubid, Taniaaubid. Thank you, everyone, for being able to come here and speak up and be a voice for the animals, the birds, the fish, those beings that do not have a voice. I appreciate you for coming here and being that voice for them. Thank you to the elected tribal government people for being here and having our backs to be able to say no to these folks. Because without youth to be able to stand there, they won't listen to me. Because I'm just a constituent that's kind of not there. So, as a constituent of the state of Minnesota and from the Department of Minnesota DNR, I want you to know that I brought this in to let you know that the Ojibwe Warrior Society has denied the permit for Talon metals. And they are no longer to be here. And on this Ojibwe scroll, it tells Rio Tinto and all the likes to leave this area. That's what I have for you to be able to put in that scoping document too, that the Ojibwe Warrior Society does not want them here. Miigwech.
Thank you for your comments, Tanya. Joanne Kane, if I'm saying that properly. Joanne? Okay, no one named Joanne is here. We will move forward to Andy Baldwin. Is Andy Baldwin in the room? he? You? Oh, okay. Well, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. You know I'm up here trying to be
I was
serious.
tucking my shirt in from the back before I turned. Thank you. And thank you to everyone here, because this represents the public's only opportunity to weigh in on something that affects our lives in such an important way. The scoping document is missing anything that is normally included to manage high sulfide ores like pyrrhotite, highly reactive metal similar to, minerals similar to iron pyrite. The potential for pyrrhotite-related projects to become disastrous is alarming to me, as I've read some of the countless reports and studies known to mine planners and scientists for decades. In fact, the USGS publishes a map showing where in the US pyrrhotite-related geology can be found so that it can be avoided. Many other regulatory agencies worldwide, like Canada, have standard practice procedures for managing sulfide pollution and AMD when pyrrhotite is encountered, yet these normal protocols and practices are missing from Talon's project proposal, and critically, from the DNR scoping document. Historically, the Minnesota DNR has failed to manage pyrrhotite in two separate incidents before, one at the Dunker River in the Erie mine, and more recently at Polymet. And this last project revealed a scandalous cover-up that shows the DNR's integrity was compromised, and it can't be relied upon to be an independent directed regulator. And likewise, this draft document shows that the agency's goals aim towards promoting a foreign mining company's best interests. This plan to operate a low-value resource mine in a high-risk area is shameful and embarrassing for all those involved. The people affected by this potential project know better than to allow something that is so against their own best interests. All parties involved in this project and draft proposal should know better than to be so reckless with something that's so dangerous to the public and to the environment. My name is Andy Baldwin, and I live in Hibbing. I'm a high school science teacher, and I have a background in biology, and I'm not sorry for speaking harshly. And Talon has already demonstrated their apathy towards consequential environmental impacts by failing to neutralize sulfate containment at their drill sites. And as James Baldwin said, I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. We want jobs, but we won't regulate the company to guarantee them. We want rules to be followed, but this regulatory agency, the Minnesota DNR, has never been relied on to act in the people's best interests. A few more pages, but I'll cut it off. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andy. We appreciate your comments. And I forgot to acknowledge, we are at 8:30. I wanted to let you know we had 30 minutes. We've got about 12 or 17 minutes before we'll be closing out at 9, so just a heads up. Steve Mills, please. Right on.
Thank you. Steve, S-T-E-V-E, Mills, M-I-L-L-S. My family has been here for 65 years. I know that's not a very long time compared to the Native community, but it's the best I got. I think it counts for something that my family has hunted and fished in this area for 80 years before I was born. We hear people talk about this mine project for its jobs, economic development, and here's the good one, national defense. What about local defense of our water? Ruining wetlands, a watershed, bogs, marshes, rice, aquatic life, streams, sloughs. About 10 years ago, Aiken County experienced an epic flood. Some called it a century flood. I saw it with my own eyes. I experienced it. I've seen no mention of this in any mitigation plan for the mine. Rainfall has been more unpredictable every year, either droughts or floods. That's not going to go away, but there's no mention of how to handle that. That flood put Highway 65 underwater by at least 4 inches, and in some places much deeper. And the thought that comes to my mind is when that flood comes, you don't stop it. You don't say, oh, we have to go to our flood mitigation plan because you're already pumping your maximum water out. Where are you going to pump it to? The thought comes to my mind, have you ever tried to pump out a sinking boat by pumping it from the back to the front? So if a mine is built, let's just get selfish for a minute, as someone who's been around here for 65 years. What's in it for me? My family does not need a mine. Come up to me afterwards, tell me what I'm going to get out of it compared to the destruction potential. What do you think we need here? A Walmart to make our quality of life go up? The reference earlier to mining in Indonesia was laughable. Talon mine is a tiny speck in the global nickel market. There's plenty of nickel available. You can go on the U.S. Geological Survey. Talon mine goes through North American production, it will still be a tiny speck. This idea of bringing it to North America so that we somehow have self-ownership of this mineral is laughable. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. If you want to share your comments up with the court reporter, you're welcome to do that. Thank you. Okay, we have Anna, and I'm not even going to try to say your name wrong. If you don't mind saying, are you Anna?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, welcome to say your name, Anna, so we all can be educated.
Anna Ilinami. I will be giving my time to Don Goodwin.
Bonjour, Don Goodwin. I will be giving my time to Leanna Goose.
Can you spell your name, please? Yeah. My name is Leanna Goose, Leanna Goose. So bonjour, Nindano Magnadug, Leanna Goose, Nindigena Kaz, Makwene Dudame, Gasaga, Squadjame Cognin Dunjaba. Hello, my relatives. My name is Leanna Goose. My clan is Bear. I am from Leech Lake. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the impacted communities here and stand with the tribal nations that are saying no to this mine for the impacts that will have on their way of life. I also just want to note that my son and I, we have a connection to this area. This mine is located right in 1855 treaty territory. Treaty rights are the supreme law of the land. This area is Monoman rich, and it cannot become a sacrifice zone. Treaties are the supreme law of the land. I just want to say that underneath the United States Constitution, underneath Article 6, legally, the DNR has to uphold that above all else. I heard a lot of talk about profits, jobs. Clean water provides jobs, and we have to recognize that in Minnesota. And I also want to note that the Mississippi River is located right here in this area. The Mississippi River provides drinking water to millions of people downstream, and we cannot pollute it any further. My friend lives down in Prairie Island. Her kids cannot swim in that water. They cannot eat the fish. They are 3 generations removed from eating that fish. And that is their cultural connection to the land. We cannot afford to do that here. We cannot afford to break Anishinaabe people's connection to the land. This is not only happening here in this area, this is happening all across the United States. 97% of the nickel is located underneath reservations or within 35 miles of one. When this is taken out of the ground, as you heard from everybody before me, it creates poison. We cannot afford to poison Anishinaabe homelands. We have to say no. And these projects should not move forward without the free, prior, and informed consent of the communities that will be impacted. That is something that the United Nations lays out in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I would call on Minnesota to do better and lead the way in respecting Indigenous peoples' homelands. So we see that happen not only here, but elsewhere. And I also just want to note that Minnesota is home to abundant fresh water. Whatever happens here, it flows on outward. So we have a sacred responsibility to protect these waters, to protect Minoman, to protect the fish, to protect the plants and the medicines for future generations. My son is in this room, and I ask that the DNR, they protect the public's interests, not the corporations. Miigwech.
Thank you, Leanna, for your comments. Stephen Scheltberger. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Stephen, are you in the house, in the room? Okay. He already spoke. All right, next, Dory Reisenberger? Sorry, I know I'm bad.
Dory Reisenweber. I would like to cede my time to Anthony Hamilton.
Just scoot down. Yeah, you got it. That's fine. I'll speak loud. No, it's good. My name is Anthony Hamilton. I'm a farmer and a neighbor right here in the 8th District. I'm not a politician. I am not standing here for any company or any lobbyist. I'm a citizen because I believe that this Tamarack mine does not sit right with me. I want to tell that to you. I think if you look at the plain facts, it won't sit right with you either. Let me be clear about one thing up front. I am not against mining. Mining built the Iron Range. It put food on the tables in this part of Minnesota for more than 100 years. My problem isn't mining. My problem is that it is being sold as a story that is not true. Here is the story we've been told. They call this project American Nickel Independence. An all-American supply chain, mine to battery, right here at home, so we stop depending on China. It's a good story, and it's the right goal. I want American independence as much as any of you do. That is exactly why this project makes me so angry, because it does not deliver it. Look at who we are actually dealing with. The company behind this mine, Talon Metals, is not an American company. Its parent is registered in the British Virgin Islands, a Caribbean tax haven. It's listed on the stock exchange in Toronto, Canada, and the mine is half owned by Rio Tinto, one of the biggest mining companies on earth, based in the United Kingdom and Australia. And here is the part that ought to make every taxpayer's blood boil. We are handing this operation more than $135 million. That is federal money from our pockets. The company registered in a tax haven so the profits can flow into foreign shareholders. You tell me how that is independence. And it gets worse. They say mine to battery. The United States does not own a single nickel smelter, not one. So the company's own paperwork, the nickel pulled out of the Minnesota ground has to be shipped to Canada to be smelted, and then to Norway to be refined. Back in 2001, this same company promised to build an American refinery so that all of it could happen here. 5 years later, that refinery still has not been built. So we take the risk, we put up the money, and the real prize, the finished metal and the good jobs that come with it, leave this country.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to share your comments with the court reporter so we get it in the document? Thank you. Thank you. And your name is?
My name is Paige Van Pelt. I cede my time to Lisa Abbas.
Thank you. And Lisa, can you spell that slow?
Lise, A, B as in boy, A, Z as in zebra, S as in snake. A between the B and the Z. Yep. My name is Lisa Abaz, and I live in Finland, Minnesota. I have a personal story. I have been harvesting wild rice in Aiken County for over 3 decades. I am concerned about the impact that sulfide mining will undoubtedly have on this amazing wild resource, and I am especially concerned that the process for protecting this resource is not taking into account the entire scope of the potential Talon mine proposal. I first began ricing 35 years ago when a neighbor needed a partner in his ricing boat. I arrived at the boat landing with my infant son, who I left on shore in the care of a friend while I spent the day out in the rice paddy. In one day, I harvested enough rice to feed my family for a year. That is amazing abundance, an amazing gift. This began my family's annual pilgrimage to this area to obtain what became the staple grain in our diet. I did not know at the time that my son on that first trip, who is now 35 years old, would end up relying on wild rice as the only grain he eats, not just by choice, but because of an intestinal condition he developed. I thank God for wild rice. This is my family's personal stake in the outcome of this proposed mine, from my perspective as a mother. I also stand here for future generations' access to this miraculous gift that these wild rice lakes are to all who wish to partake and all the wildlife who depend on its richness. Please, please, please don't let it be squandered to line the pockets of multinational corporations and their distant shareholders, who will disappear from the scene as soon as their profit has been made, and all that remains here is the permanent destruction and loss. Advocates who say otherwise are not paying attention to mining's track record and are fantasizing about their investors' motivation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have Dan Cooper, and this will be the last comment, possibly. Dan Cooper. All right, Dan is not here. Curtis Jackson. Curtis Jackson? All right, thank you. Oh, I gotta get this thing out.
Anin, Ojawshka Gijik and Digitakaz, Minisinaquan, and Dunjaba. Hello, my government name is Curtis Jackson. My spirit name is Ojawshka Gijik, or Clear Blue Sky. I'm here today to speak against the Talon Metals mine in Tamarack, Minnesota. I do not stand alone here today. With me are my ancestors and hundreds of years of resistance, perseverance, and resilience. Throughout everything we have been through, genocide, forced assimilation, manifest destiny, we are still here. And now a mine threatens my ancestral homelands and the next 7 generations of our kin. I speak for my 4-legged, my winged, my marine, creepy crawly relatives, the trees, the wild rice. This mine cannot happen. My elders and ancestors fought for these lands, and the fight continues today. Our resistance will not go unnoticed. We will not back down. We need not only think about ourselves, but for the next 7 generations. What exactly are we leaving for them? What is the cost of these temporary jobs you keep talking about? Clean drinking water, deforestation, habitat destruction, carbon emissions, acid mine drainage? We don't need alternatives or ways to reduce environmental impacts. We need to stop them completely. We all know too well about corporate greeds. These companies don't care about us. They'll pack up, change your name, head somewhere else. We are put here on this earth to take care of her, our mother, Mother Earth. And in return, she will take care of us. Hayden, Arizona, former King Cot smelter, 2008, air and soil is contaminated with lead and arsenic. Rio Tinto was part of that. 1994, Bingham Canyon Mine, King Cot, Rio Tinto, a Superfund site. We do not want do we want Tamarack to be known as a Superfund site? Water is life. And with this mine, we are risking our life. I went to Picture, Oklahoma, and I on an assignment. And when I was there, that land was desolate. There was a pipe out of the ground spewing acid mine drainage onto the land, and there's a lake called Tar Creek. First thing they told us when we got there, don't drink the water. No one owns the water, no one owns the land, no one owns the ocean, no one owns the sand. These are given by our mother. The planet provides for free. Only by the hands of the greedy does the earth require a fee. Miigwech, thank you.
Curtis, if you would like to share your comments with the, with the court reporter, you may do that. Just letting you know. Thank you. So we've come to a close now. We're going to conclude the meeting, but first I want to thank everybody for your comments. This is an important meeting, and it's not easy to get up here and say something. So thank you for that. I also want to thank the people that provided presentations. Thank you, Department of Natural Resources leadership, for providing those presentations. That's important. And then I also want to let you know that you have until September 14th at 4:30 to submit your comments. So the DNR had that the website up before to let us know where we could do that. Alternate commenting options are described in your agenda for tonight. This concludes the verbal comment section, and again, we'll have another meeting at Blaine High School next week. So thank you so much. Have a good night. Get home safe.